and they use their selfishness, extreme selfishness. Both Azikiwe, Awolowo, and Akintola, I'm telling you, all of them are guilty. All of them are guilty. Do you understand? You know, Nnamdi Azikiwe was very active in Nigerian youth movement. The same thing like Awolowo. Nigeria's first, it's a Nigeria's first nationalist organization. But he failed to solidify his coalition with Awolowo despite all odds. I will tell you why. Let me tell you, sometimes you can justifiably feel bad about a situation or somebody, but you should hang on the arrangement for the collective benefit of your people. That is where our people are primitive. Look at Uchemofo. I'm not preaching about him, please. I'm just a reference. Father Odimegwa tried everything to settle his case with our leader, which is God that willed it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been, in a patch on a leak. Father Odimegwa tried to patch on a leak. God said, no, this person, leave him. You push him and he pushed him. He left him. That demon that was in him, because our leader said, Biafra na charge more. When you have evil thoughts, if you are not genuine in this struggle, a time you cannot stay here forever. A time will come, your body will be itching you. Something you see, what you will be seeing is complain. Even the other person, what is the other obid? A time came, only complain. He will call, only complain. Our leader, way he's doing things. Oh yeah, he's saying things. I said, what? Only complain. That is the time the manifestation of the evil spirit they had before. It's manifesting. It was manifesting. Father Odimegwa told Uchemofo that this is not about your interest. This is about the interest of millions of Biafras all over the world that are following you and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But thank God, with Chukwu Okeabiama, Amadioha, Omapa, and the things become more better. Imagine what it would have been sometime with the formation of this ESN. Imagine Uchemofo being here. Imagine the internal squabbles every day. Oh God Almighty. That is why God didn't pity Datan and Abiram, Korah, Datan and Abiram during the biblical Moses days. Because if you pity them, they will become cancer. Every minute of the day, they will continue complaining and making people to suffer even more. So God opened the soil and they fall in, them and their family, so that they will be forgotten. And they were buried alive. That is how God does his things. Had it been, imagine with this ESN, if with Uchemofo here, maybe Father Odimegwa tried and physically amalgamated them Uchemofo into the struggle again. Every minute of the day he will be complaining. Every minute there will be problem, internal problem that will be even more worse. So that is why, once you don't have the interest of the struggle or the movement or the people in your mind, you will fall apart. Awolowo, Akintola, Azikiwe, they were to blame. I will tell you why. Some can say even Awolowo and Akintola, they bore some of the biggest blame for the lack of coalition between the West and the East. Let me read something so that you can understand. From the eve of independence, Awolowo led the action group as the leader of the opposition in the federal parliament, leaving Samuel Ladoke Akintola as the Western Region Premier. Disagreements between Awolowo and Akintola on how to run the Western Region led the latter, that is Akintola, to an alliance with Tafawa Balewa led NPC federal government. You know NPC, you know what it means? It's the party. The party name that time. Northern People's Congress. You know any of that? They don't hide, you know, why also I admire them. They don't hide their feeling. They tell you, Korokoro, we are for the North. We are for Fulani, for our people. Now it would have been for the interest of other people like Awolowo, Akintola, Azikiwe to say, I am for the East. This one say I am for the West. And Chekina. Okuabu. Is it not so? But this one, his political party was NPC, Northern People's Congress, not Nigerian People's Congress, so Northern People's Congress. That is Northernization. Till today, they don't hide it. That is why Bauchi State Governor can tell you anything. That the Fulani there, we bring them. Well, we don't care about Nigeria. It is not today they started it. Do you understand? They have been consistent on it. Okay. He said a constitutional crisis led to the declaration of a state of emergency in the western region, eventually resulting in a widespread breakdown of law and order. That is in Oduduwa region. Because Awolowo is having problem with his brother. People that are supposed to, you know, have common interest and goal. No matter whatever, they come to the table and regulate it. So that when people will be talking about the problem, they don't go right to the root. Okay? Now, when Britain, because Britain, you know, they know what they are doing also. They saw a crack in these two people, these two brothers. Now they make that crack to become gully, because that is what they want. Listen their plan and what they did. Now, excluded from national government, Awolowo and his party faced an increasingly precarious position. Akintola's followers. Okay, Akintola's followers, angered at their exclusion from power, formed the Nigerian National Democratic Party (NNDP) under Akintola's leadership, having previously suspended the elected Western Regional Assembly. The federal government then reconstituted the body after maneuvers that brought Akintola NNDP into power without an election. After maneuvers, that maneuvers they didn't explain. It's British maneuvers. Look at, they know that the West, they cherished Awolowo, but they brought a stumbling block, Akintola, disagreements. Nah, no agree. They will come this side, nah, no agree. They will go Awolowo, no agree. And two of them did not know, would not even, they were not matured enough in order to resolve their problems. That is where the problem started originally. I will tell you why it is so. I will tell you why it is so. Now, as I said, as I read before, this guy formed Akintola. He formed another party and become a leader. Somebody that formed new party. Britain maneuvered him this and that in order to, because people love Awolowo. His people love Awolowo more than, though he have followers. Instead of making themselves to have to conclude by themselves and resolve their differences, instead Britain went there and scattered them more. They maneuvered this newly formed party to become the premier. You understand? They put him into power without election. Shortly afterwards, Awolowo and several disciples were arrested, charged, convicted of treason, and jailed for conspiring with Ghanaian authorities under Balewa to overthrow the federal government. That is it. You understand? They jailed Awolowo. Who's supposed to be, who's supposed to be on top? Now they brought his second, and because they didn't have any, they cannot conclude themselves on themselves. They cannot resolute on themselves and say, look, this is not about me, neither you, but about the future of our people. Please, let us resolve this thing. When you cannot resolve your differences, enemies from outside will come and put more fire, and everywhere will be blazes. Do you understand? But now check this difference. Let me read it for you. Check the difference. What I read before. How the problem Awolowo had with his brother Akintola led his being arrested. And Akintola that formed the party yesterday, as of that time, now he become the main person. They favored him without elections. Because the British, they want to bring, they are looking for a way in order to scatter the South in general. But look at the difference. Listen, the Saduano of Sokoto, leader of the NPC, was poised to become the prime minister. But instead, he chose to become the premier of Northern region and supported his deputy, Tafawa Balewa's candidacy for prime minister. Do you see the difference? I don't know. I don't know whether you people understand me, please. Tafawa Balewa was poised to become the prime minister. Tafawa Balewa, the Saduana of Sokoto, that is Ahmad Bello. Ahmad Bello. He was poised. He is the person that's supposed to be the prime minister of Nigeria. But instead, he chose to become the premier of Northern region. You know what he did? He supported his deputy. That time, Tafawa Balewa was his deputy. But he supported his deputy to have candidacy, to be candidates for prime minister. That is also kind of godfatherism. Two of them, they look forward for one common goal. Now, let me hold this knot by myself. Now you can go for the central government. That is why today Saduana of Sokoto is the main ruler of Nigeria, no matter any person in power. Do you know that? Because Ahmad Bello is supposed to be the prime minister. But he drew back. Because he saw a vision, he had the vision of tomorrow for his people. He don't want to leave a premiership of Northern region to another person. Because no person for him, no person can handle the north by them. He want to fashion the north as he want it to be. But he told his deputy, he said, now go to the center. Be a candidate. And I will support you. And he supported him. You see how they coalesce for the future of their region. But the Western region, they are selfishness. This one say no, over my dead body, the other one say over my dead body. And the enemies, Britain say, yeah, this is what we want. They will go to Akintola and say, look, this Awolowo is fighting more than he can chew. You are more popular. From another party who will support you. Okay? And this man, we will deal with him. So we will help you deal with him, don't worry. And he thought that they were giving him good advice. If somebody come to your family and start advising you to kill your brother, and you succumb, who is the foolish person? It's you, not even the foreigner. Do you understand? So, now, Akintola and Awolowo, they made, had it been they made Awolowo his party to be Western region in Western Regional Assembly, the controller, there wouldn't have been too much problem because Awolowo was more popular. But they carry somebody below him and made him. You see how the British intelligence, you see how they work. They know what they do. Now, this confusion between them now, the British, they say maneuver. That maneuver is what they didn't expatiate, but is behind the scenes. That is the place they told Akintola that, look, you have to you have to be in alliance with this guy, Tafawa Balewa, okay? And we'll support two of you. He said, yes, no problem. You know, when you have a problem with your brother, you go for the foreigner to support you against your brother. And that is where the problem comes from. The confusion between Akintola and Awolowo was exploited by the British intelligence in order to form coalition between West and the North as they sidelined Awolowo. Do you see that? They sidelined Awolowo. Also, when Awolowo was released from jail, he continued in his selfishness of aligning with North to fight Biafra. Do you see it? Evil begets evil. They sidelined Awolowo. And they made Akintola now to sign, because maybe they knew that the British intelligence calculated that had it been Awolowo at the original time, the first time, if they told him to align with Tafawa Balewa, he wouldn't have agreed. Now they did something. It's manipulation. It's intelligence. They use somebody that is more junior to him. In popularity. They promoted him up. Now they use him to go and form alliance with the North and put this one to jail. Now when he was released from jail by Awolowo, with the promise that he will go and declare he go again, and because of his selfishness, because I know the Northerners, they told him that, look, you see how your brother did to us, let us work together and you will become the president. They made him prime minister of Nigeria. The only civilian minister of finance. Minister of finance during Nigerian civil war under Gowon. That is it. And he accepted it because of his selfishness. And that is what caused what we are seeing today. Do you understand? Also, Zik was not left out in his own selfishness. The British, they used his selfishness of becoming the president of an empire he didn't create. It is a test for power. He wants to be a president Nigeria. Everything is Nigeria. Whereas others are, going to their region, saying, oh, Nigeria. NCNC even combined Nigeria and Cameroon after he turned back to Nigeria until he met the brick wall when he won the election, and they told him, look, in Lagos, you cannot be this thing here. You know you are an Igbo man. Go back to your place. You are an Igbo man. Do you understand? And that time he went to Enugu and started confusion with our brothers. Ayueta, pursued Ayueta. And then Yuta formed his own party. That grudge is continued till today, which, although we have resolved it anyway. Now, today, the Fulani can easily use others in order to continue in their hegemony. Let me come back more home. I told you that with intelligence is with what you form alliance, cohesion, intelligence, and if you have vision also. Because many of all these politicians you see in our land, they are visionless. Their vision is only personal. How they can make money and buy house in Hong Kong and Dubai and America, and they and their family will be on top, or flying private jet. That is the only thing they think. They don't think about the legacy. What will our people be in the future? As our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is thinking, having vision how Biafra will be, how it's not about you and you, but about the people you're supposed to be leading. Imagine what made Devil Mahi to come and tell our own people, tell everybody that we as the governors in the southeast, we are not there elected. We are not normally elected to do the wish of the people, but to defend the tenets of the Nigerian constitution. What else do you want to understand? Sometimes I ask our so-called PhD holders, and you want to hold them responsible for anything? For building roads? For defending you in the Fulani massacre, Herdsmen massacre? They cannot. They will not. Because for them, they are not there for you. They told you, koro, koro. That is why I say the stupidity of our people now is incomparable. I cannot understand. They will tell you something, and you are still pushing. Come and help us. Come and defend us. How dare you? How can your governor defend you? He said Nigeria, he is there to maintain the constitution of Nigeria. And the constitution of Nigeria is to ruga you. Is for your forest. Your forest belongs to Nigeria, which is the Fulani. How now you are going to say, no, this is my forest. Now Fulani, the owners of Nigeria, come and take it and kill you. You want their governors to come and defend you? They are defending the Nigerian constitution, which is that the constitution tells them that your forest belongs to Nigeria. And Nigeria is for Fulani. Now, case closed. Our people, I don't really understand. The only solution is what we are doing to liberate ourselves from these demons we have in our land in the name of politicians. He build one flyover, he build one roundabout. You know, that is why I say our people are highly primitive. I'm telling you. Nigeria made our people more primitive than ever. He's a governor, look at his building. You see? He built a flyover. He's a building flyover, leave him. He's a governor. No, Chirozo. He's he's the governor. But what future has he for you? What is the legacy? He's a building flyover, leave him. He's a governor. No, Chirozo. He's the governor. But what future has he for you? What is the legacy, the future?
Talking about is the massive really set to go online. Share on its way up into Europe. Chevron, the United States, have already invested $30 billion into this pipeline. And guess what, guys? After the Nord Stream pipeline stepped up production to get this up and running. Hey, we'll speed this up. We'll fast track this. And now the people of Niger are saying, wait a second. Why are we going to allow a pipeline to flow right through our country so Europe can have natural gas? You are doing nothing for us. You continue to steal from us. Sorry, no more pipeline. This is why Europe is terrified this morning. The United States already blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, put their own pipeline into action in Africa. Smart business move, right? We'll just blow up the competition. Imagine Walmart doing that to Target stores. Yeah, we're just going to blow up those stores. Now you got to shop at Walmart, and now Niger is saying, hey, sorry, you're not going to use our country to transport your natural gas into Europe. Get out of here. So Europe is facing catastrophe with no Nord Stream pipeline coming from Russia any longer, and now the threat of this pipeline being shut down through Africa. This was their salvation, this pipeline. And then add into it uranium and Europe's nuclear power. The United States gets over 50% of its uranium from Russia, despite all of the sanctions that the United States has placed against Russia. They left uranium off the list. I love this. I love that they chose to sanction every other thing, but they left uranium off the list because we need it so badly. We need it desperately. Why? The United States is so heavily dependent on Russia for uranium that Putin could literally flip a switch, literally destroy the American economy by turning off the lights. A major backup resource of uranium is Niger. The French, the United States, have been essentially stealing uranium from African countries for decades. And again, these countries are saying enough is enough. We are sovereign countries. Get out of here. We are going to keep our own minerals and make our own decisions. And Russia is giving them that option right now. We want you to keep your sovereignty. We want you to be an independent country, not a slave to the West. Listen to Africa Bureau Chief Musa Ibrahim explain how the people of Africa want to gain back their wealth, their minerals, stop giving it away to America and Europe.
What people want is to gain back their wealth, back their uranium, their gold, their iron, their phosphate, their oil, their gas. And this scares the West, because this means the true democracy will take place in Africa when people actually own their own land, and the wealth of Africa does not go untaxed, unsupervised from the mines in Niger to the banks of Paris and the financial sector in Britain.
And he's right. Niger's coup isn't happening in a vacuum. This isn't a singular event. They're now pushing back against this neocolonialism in a larger multipolar world, saying this unipolar order that America has ruled for many, many years, seeking to keep your boot on the people of Africa, is not going to stand anymore. Africans are seeking to regain their national sovereignty. Africa saying, hey, we are rich in uranium, but we don't get to benefit from any of it because you steal it from us. We will enrich our own uranium and we will sell it to you and you'll pay us for it. No more theft. Africa is in the middle of a revolution right now. Take a look at this map, just published on Friday. These are all of the African nations that have now signed military agreements with Russia. And even a few of those in white are getting ready to partner with Russia as well. Damn, that's a lot of red. Now, we'll come back to that map in a moment. But first, this weekend, we saw dramatic developments. Russian flags raised in the air throughout the continent. First to Niger, the country that started it all. Russian flags everywhere. And according to France 24 news service, the government of Niger has now signed a contract with the Russian Wagner Group for security. And they need it because the coup in Niger has entered the point of no return right now. The people rising up against France, against the United States' influence in that country. The Western powers that have controlled Niger for decades are now being pushed out. And this weekend, the military leaders now say that Niger will no longer be a European colony. And they've demanded that all French soldiers get out now, get out of here, or face the consequences. Why does the United States even have troops in this country in the first place? Well, that's a great question. So get out of here, France, and get out of here, United States. You don't belong here. Over the past few days, the United States started dropping massive amounts of military cargo right near the Niger border with its warplanes. But that threat is not stopping the people of Niger. Tens of thousands of people marching in that country this weekend, celebrating their independence and shouting no to foreign military bases, no to poverty, no to the West stealing their uranium, their phosphate, and other minerals. Get out of here now. All of the ambassadors' offices to the Niger Republic Mission Service, the United States, France, Nigeria, and Togo have all been terminated. All of their offices are now officially shut down by the Niger government. The head of the military just made this announcement. So other African nations are now showing their support for Niger and starting to say the very same thing. Get out of our country. This weekend, the people in Senegal rising up against Western colonial governments controlling their country. The CIA, MI6, and other Western intelligence services are doing whatever they can right now, spinning their wheels, trying to hold on to power in these countries with their puppet governments. The people in West Africa are fiercely anti-American imperialism. So it wasn't a surprise then to see the country of Guinea announce they are supporting Niger as well.
La République de Guinée réaffirme par ce communiqué sa vision panafricaniste en apportant sa solidarité à la population nigérienne.
This is massive. Colonel Douglas McGregor says the people who've had their minerals stolen for years are saying enough is enough. Get out of my country.
The Africans are fed up with it. And so this is an example in Niger where a supposedly U.S.-backed government with a U.S.-trained military suddenly turned around and said, I think all of you white people need to get out of here. We've had it with you. Go away. Go, Europeans, leave.
People must know the truth and nothing but the truth. France remains as a member of the UN Security Council. And yet France today remains one of the biggest perpetrators of human rights violations in Africa. And everybody is giving it, the world is giving it a blind eye. United Nations. It is a body that's supposed to be the watchdog for human rights violations. France remains the biggest risk to peace and security in Africa today, and nobody is talking about it. France did something absolutely deplorable. Made the former colonies, because they still are colonized, sign a document which they called the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. Dig this. On one hand, we're giving you your independence, but on the other hand, sign this document that you are agreeing to continue to be colonized. So two countries said, no way, Jose, we aren't doing this, Guinea and Mali. The French could not understand it. How could an African country dare not want to be affiliated with France? So in their anger, history tells us that they went into those two countries, took everything that they thought they had brought, proceeded to pour concrete into the sewage pipes, completely devastating the two economies. This was also done as a way of letting the other countries know that should you refuse to sign this document, this is the fate that awaits you. So the rest of the countries signed the pact for the continuation of colonization remains in place. What is special about this? The Pact for the Continuation of Colonization said, 1, you shall deposit 85% of your bank reserves with the French Central Bank under the control of the French Minister of Finance. The French government will take all your monies, collectively invest your monies in the French stock market under the French name. And you don't have to know what the returns are. Should you wish to access some of your money, keep in mind that countries are now left with only 15% of their reserves. You have to submit your country's financial report, and if approved, you get to access up to 20% of your deposits from the previous year as a loan at commercial interest rates. I'm going to repeat that. Should you want to access some of your own money, you have to submit your own country's financial report. And if approved, you get it as a loan at commercial interest rate. So you go from having a humongous credit with France to now owing France for borrowing your own money, a loan that you will never be able to finish paying. Let me also say, all the oils discovered and yet to be discovered, French companies have the first right of refusal. You go to those countries, all major contracts, French companies have the first right of refusal. The water supply, the mining fixtures, the oil rigs, roads construction, airports, French companies have the first right. Anything is left, the people in your country may get it. They also say your military can only be trained by France. You can only purchase military equipment from France. France shall have military presence in your country and can invade your country without notice if France feels that her interests in your country are being violated. In the past many years, we've had 67 coups in Africa out of 26 countries. Of the 26 countries, the coups, 16 coups, were 16 countries were former French colonies. To date, 22 African leaders were assassinated during a coup, documented all of them. France was behind, simply because France felt they were quote-unquote threatening French interests, countries are still depositing their funds to France. Dues and don'ts as stipulated by the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. You have given up your financial resources. You have given up control of your natural resources. You have given up your military. What power do you have? But today, because of the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization, France alone, that little bitty country, is taking out of Africa over $500 billion. Over $500 billion. And by the time they finish investing that money into the French stock market, they are realizing trillions of dollars in any given year. Park that. The watchdogs for corruption are saying out of Africa, 50 billion gets out of the continent from corruption. The question I have is, why has it been so difficult for us as Africans to say enough is enough? How long are we going to keep watching this carnage go on and we say nothing? It goes back to the mind. It goes back to that fear. It goes back to that sense of inferiority. And I go back to the diagnosis I made when I went to Washington. That until we black people understand that we are suffering from the legacy of colonization, that we are suffering from the legacy of slavery, that while we may have lost the shackles of in our legs and our hands, the shackles of the mind continue. Until we realize that we are a wounded people and we need healing, nothing about our circumstances is going to change. We are sick people. But to be sick, first you must realize, how do you go to the doctor? You don't think you're sick. We're not only in the doctor's waiting room on an outpatient basis. We're not even in the hospital in a general ward. As black people, we are in the intensive care. The baby is now born, and her name is African President. The children of Africa must realize that now we need formula. They're going to be sleepless nights. This baby is going to cry. This baby is going to cry. We need to be ready to take care of this baby. Africa is on the move. The question is, are the children of Africa ready to step up and take what is rightfully yours? You got to understand, around the globe, as black people, the reason we are so disrespected is because we of us don't own anything. Singularly, while we were given our independence, the one thing that was denied from us is economic liberation. The African heads of states are saying African wealth belongs to the African children. The African Union defines African diaspora as all people of African descent outside Africa. The colonizers have been building and that they begin. You see, you don't go to China and find black people driving the Chinese development agenda. You don't go to Europe, you don't go to Mexico, India, and find black people driving those regions' development agenda. The reality is, cannot, should not, go to Africa and find non-Africans driving the African continental development agenda. Unless, of course, you, the children of Africa, the inheritors of Africa's wealth, choose to vacate that place that has your name. The choice is yours. The environment is ready. And so, I'm on a mission to see to it that we, people of African descent, truly understand our Africa, truly realize that we have been lied to, but that we are smart enough to know better, that we have been sleeping, that it's time to wake up. You see, a united African diaspora is a sleeping giant. It is the sleeping giant that is needed to bring the sustainable change that Africa desires. Bigger corruption in Africa is coming from outside. Try flying low over the DRC. You're going to see tarmacs in the middle of the jungle. You're going to see 747s flying into the DRC, picking up minerals and flying right outside the country. Do you think those multinationals are going to want to see peace in the DRC? Do you think they're going to want to see peace in South Sudan? No. A stable Africa is an Africa that cannot be exploited. So they will see to it that there will never be peace in Africa by any means necessary, unless you come to the table and do something about it. For a continent that doesn't have a single gun manufacturing company, we simply have endless supply of guns. How? How is this okay? That Africa continues to be exploited? And how is it okay that the world has watched as France is taking cold, hard cash out of Africa? How is this okay? I want to know. United Nations, answer that. Secretary General Guterres, answer that. When you all meet every year in New York, what are you talking about? That is our reality. No more shall we continue to be ignorant. Our eyes are open. We know our Africa. We are going to reconnect with our roots. African Americans, you must understand there is a void that is deep in each and everyone's subconscious. It is a void that affects everything you do. First, you must understand you have that void. In this country, with the exception of the American Indians, everybody is a foreigner. And everybody has their roots outside the United States. And the rest of the races are connected to their roots, with the exception of the African Americans. You're too busy running away from your roots. You're busy denying who you are. Well, guess what? It is what it is. You are an African. And Africa is. And the sooner you wake up and realize and accept that Africa is home, as that voice is in you, you're always going to be anchor. The wind blows this way, here you go. The wind blows the other way, here we go. Find your base. Go home. Africa is where you belong. And Africa is where your roots are. Thank you.
We stand alongside you and we support your mission and your fight. Please accept this as a small token of our appreciation. Thank you.
But as I began to make a diagnosis, I analyzed the situation, and my final assessment was that the ignorance that the world has about Africa is the disease that I must fight. So I set out to have a plan, and I began implementation. Because it is only when that disease is treated, it is only then and only then can we embark on a true healing path for Africa and her children. The African Continental Free Trade Area is creating an economy that's $3 trillion, with a workforce intra-Africa of 1.27 billion. An environment that you can spread and grow your business like wildfire from one country to the other. The borders that have kept us from trading with each other as African countries are in the process of being melted as we speak. Our people must know the truth and nothing but the truth. France remains as a member of the UN Security Council, and yet France today remains one of the biggest perpetrators of human rights violations.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra. And we are live and direct. Today is the 16th day of August 2023. Tata bụ ụbọchị eke. Tata bụ eke. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Our leader remains Mazi Kanu, who is still languishing in the DSS dungeon, albeit being released by the Nigerian court of appeal, that he should be discharged and acquitted. He was discharged by the Nigerian appeal court, and not only that, it was given as a verdict by the same court of appeal that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should never be tried or be brought on trial to any Nigerian court. This verdict was made on the 13th day of October 2022. 10 months now, going to 1 year. But up till that, the Nigerian government refused to obey their own court order, their own court decision. And you wonder what is the rationale behind, bringing somebody to court, whereas they understand that there are some court decisions that they will never adhere to or accept. Is there any rationale? The answer is no. But Nigeria being a banana republic, they continue functioning as against their rule of law, against their their constitution. This is why we want to get out of that quagmire called Nigeria, because it is a quagmire. I'm telling you honestly. Today, as you may know, I will be hosting Mazi Abanyem, the European representative, with some of his coordinators. And I am waiting for them to come up. Also tomorrow, I think tomorrow being Thursday, I will be hosting also the West African representative, that is the zoo national coordinator, with some African coordinators also, because we need to continue in this our quest for the liberation of or restoration of Biafra. There are many things that are going on. The Nigerian government is not leaving any stone unturned in order to make sure that this project is fertile. But here we are, we go nowhere. That is why they are fighting. They have enormous resources in order to pursue their fight against Biafra restoration. But we have the zeal. We have the logic. The legitimacy is on our side. The superior argument is on our side. And that is why we will win them with the British supporters at the background, the British government, because they want us to continue remaining in this quagmire we are, so that they will continue stealing and be building their countries and be making turning their countries into paradise, whereas they give you a pamphlet that, oh, false hope, don't worry, it is in another world, be nice, be obedient as a slave, do not do anything in order to object, do not come out to ask for what belongs to you. You know, it becomes violence. No, you don't need to do that, so that you will inherit the kingdom, the paradise. When you die, you have to die. Let me tell you, once you die, you are nothing. You become nothing. In our own cosmology, we believe on reincarnation. Once you die, no more. All those who fake hope, heaven, that is, is akụkọ ifo ka ọwụ. Let me tell you, akụkọ ifo ka ọwụ. Ndị I deceive go for a long time. It's akụkọ ifo. That is what it is. It's what they use in keeping us aground. Why they are building their own paradise in their various countries, they want you to hope for the paradise in the next life. And who is in charge of that paradise? Them, the white people, their saints. Pope, what do you call him? Pope Nicholas II is Nicholas V, who sanctioned slavery, transatlantic slavery first. He gave a papal bull to sanction, but he's a saint waiting for you in heaven. Here you go and cohabit with him. I'm telling you, we have been rendered zombies. You understand? We need to build our own country, take charge of our destination. That is why we are fighting for the restoration of Biafra, so that we could be in charge of our own destiny. Because they vowed not to allow us to be in charge of our destiny. Do you know what that thing is? Do you know what that means? You know? Only osisi ka asa ga-egbu ya akwụrụ ebe ọgwụ. A ga-egbutu gị echi, ya akwụrụ na-eche. But as a normal animal that is versatile, that can move, once you hear an agebugi, you have to take precaution and discharge and run away. They say that they don't want us to, they will make sure for us to not be in charge of our destiny in Nigeria. Ahmad Bello said that. You understand? Since in 11 days after independence in 1960, he openly said it. And here we are, are we in charge of our destiny? The answer is no. Are we in charge of our destiny? The people they impose on us as politicians, as political leaders or political elites in our land, are their agents. Agents of the caliphate, that is agent of Britain. Agents to Britain. They're the class agents. Very cheap. Today, the Igbo politicians are asking for inclusion in ministerial posts. They are crying foul. We are being marginalized. Why not put us in Igbo in a ministry, in your ministerial positions? I continue asking, where is Igbo presidency 2023? Bunch of shameless things. Where is Igbo presidency 2023? Do you know the brouhaha this Igbo presidency cost? They use it to slaughter, massacre our people. They use it in every way to make sure that even Igbo people are being killed. Igbo youths are being, their organs are harvested, killed in the most heinous way, or in most heinous ways. For the sake of that, now one spoiler our own Igbo presidency 2023, where IPOB piped low. They piped low, say okay, let us watch now. Igbo presidency. Where is Igbo presidency 2023? We should continue asking them this question. Where is Igbo presidency 2023? Where are they today? People that are not ashamed. Where is it? Where is that Toise that said, oh, after Buhari, it's only Buhari that can give power after him to Igbo? Where is him? The worst part of the worst mentality in our land is this. We as a people, we praise our killers. We embrace our killers and eulogize them. Ozibondo. Where is him today? Is it a make-off? Where are they? Where are they? Igbo presidents. They will come up again because they know that you people are 15 minutes human beings or Homo sapiens or Neanderthals, I should say. 15 minutes after it's forgotten. Another time now we carry a PVC. We are getting PVC PVC. I'm telling you, we need to get sense by force. Because we are in a messy situation, more messy situation than we could even fathom. You know, one thing is to be sick, and another thing is to recognize that you are sick. That is what this woman, the clip I played before, is talked about it. That Africa is sick. That if we don't know that we are sick, it is the most horrible situation to be. But once we know that we are sick, now we start looking for solution. It is only when you recognize that you are sick, you start looking for solution, start going to doctor. Now let me find out what is the cause of my sickness. But if you are sick, you don't know that you are sick, you are the most miserable human being. Because that sickness will eventually kill you without you even knowing it. So we are in the path of recognition that we are in a messy situation, but many of our people don't know. They don't know the situation we are in. Not only us, our children, our future generations. Our future generations. That is why we have to and should from now take charge of our destiny. How do we do that? Because in Nigeria you are relegated to nothing. There is no way. Nigeria is a contraption. There is nothing you can do. Carry presidency, give to the highest, the most brainy Igbo man. He can't do nothing. I say, quit your angel, you know, because you know angels now. Angels are white people. According to your belief, carry power. Bring Angel Michael. Give him power in Nigeria. Say do something. Or you fix Nigeria. He can't do it. Because Nigeria is programmed to be as it is. We are a drug lord. Is now in charge, wanting to restore democracy in another country. Rule of law. Whereas he didn't enter through rule of law. Do you see the quagmire we are in? In Nigeria is programmed, you know, there must be continuous problems in Nigeria. That is it. From one problem to another. Because we don't share common values. That is the bottom line. There are those that believe that they are born to rule. They don't need to meritocracy, you know. But we believe that we should have merit. I mean, any position we gain, it should be through merit, that you merit it. The same way you are in United States of America, you are working because you merit it. You are not working or getting your doing your job in United States of America in any part of Western world you are today. You are not doing your job or getting your salary through your job, the work you are not being employed because you the manager knows the counselor of the parliamentarian or the parliamentarian, one of the parliamentarian, or he knows the governor or the mayor of your city. No, because you merit that job. You applied and they tested you And now they saw that you merit it. That is why you are doing the job. And they are paying you your salary, your monthly salary. And you are living well in the Western world. But it is not like that in Nigeria. You will see somebody that doesn't qualify for a job, but he should be there. The job had been reserved for him even before he was born. And now the people that merit that job, they are riding Okada, keke na pepe, because they don't have Abraham Nana. Do you see how Nigeria is destined to fail, to failure that you are seeing today? Lack of merit. Meritocracy is not reigning. Feudal system, they don't go on merit. They just command. Feudalism, that is what Nigeria is. Just, one senator, ya kporo ofu wine, ya mete ya maya anye card, they call me. I will fix you somewhere. And that is it. It doesn't care about her qualification, nothing. He'll fix you somewhere. He will give you one letter, you go to someone and say, Senator X is from Senator X. Oh, it's there. How do you think that a country like that will succeed? It's impossible. It's impossible. Okay. Now, without taking much time, I will bring in today's host, Mazi Abanyem, so that he will take over the platform in order to do the needful, as usual. Do not forget that we are in our call and Twitter campaign, please. It is very, very important. Therefore, we must continue. I will now hand over the microphone to Mazi Abanyem, who will continue with his coordinators. Mazi Abanyem, please, can you hear me? Over to you. Mazi Abanyem, can you hear me? Sorry, Mazi Abanyem, I've been talking, but I muted myself. I didn't know. So, Mazi Abanyem, yes, please take over the platform. There we go.
Okay. There we go. Good evening. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and good night to some of you Biafrans all over the world, depending on your time zone. My name is Mazi Austin Okuchukwu Abanyem. Mazi Abanyem, I come from Ami Kechuku in Olu province of Biafra land. And by the special grace of Chukwu Okike Abiyama, I continue to serve the indigenous people of Biafra as the European representative and member of the DOS. We have come again tonight to keep Biafrans in the know of the happenings in our struggle. Like I said last time, that information is knowledge and knowledge is power. We have come to enlighten you because we have discovered for the past 2 years that some people that faltered in this struggle did so because of lack of knowledge, lack of proper information. And as already have hinted last time we were on air, that nobody should be expecting this leadership to always come on air or come on Facebook or YouTube to tell you what we want to do or what we have done. This is a struggle. It is not the social club. So that's why we have come once in a while to keep you in the know. And those who are ardent listeners of Radio Biafra can never go astray, can never be in the dark, because Radio Biafra remains the light unto our path and the lamp unto our feet. As Psalm 119:105 says, those of you who are Christians, if you are not listening to Radio Biafra, you are going to be deceived, you are going to go astray because you are in the darkness. That is a simple fact. So those who are listening to the Biafra on regular basis, they never have problem. They are very firm in the struggle. Because when you go and get your information from the deceivers, from the usurpers, from the infiltrators, from the saboteurs who have been, hired and paid heavily to come and see if they can deceive or derail the Biafra restoration project, then you continue to be deceived and be confused. So I encourage you once again, Biafrans all over the world, renew your allegiance to worshiping on this platform, as you used to do when our leader was with us. We are still intact in Europe. IPOB is still intact in Europe. This is because of the hard work we have been doing. We are leading our struggle and our people here in Europe in truth and honesty. Because Nnamdi Kanu told us, without truthfulness, without honesty, we can never make any headway. We can never achieve our goals. So that's why we have come, and you shall do well to listen attentively to what the coordinators in Europe have come to tell you this night. We are coming batch by batch. Today is the third batch of coordinators, and then on Saturday we are going to come again with another batch, the fourth batch, until all the national coordinators in Europe have addressed Biafrans. We have found it imperative to do so because of the situation we are facing in our struggle at the moment. The enemies have gathered like the vultures, the hyenas, those who are waiting for you to walk and then they will come and eat. That's their nature. That's their antecedent. But we are here in our struggle. They can't. I want Chukwuokada will continue to protect and guide and bless him. Chukwuokada will continue to strengthen him, and Chukwu trying to bring him out shall never be in vain, because obey their own court laws. But that notwithstanding, the international community has been put on notice, and all eyes are now on Nigeria come 14th of September. That is when they are going to show to the world if they have failed completely, or if there's any atom of hope to keep them alive as a nation or as a country. So before I go ahead, I want to make one special announcement concerning IPOB Germany. I'm talking about Munich Unit 1 under the coordinatorship of Mazi Emefu. Unit 1 in Munich, Germany. I want to say it officially on Radio Biafra that you, from tonight, are back to IPOB family fully. This is because of your performance for the past 2.5 or 3 years, your consistency, and you have really shown to the leadership of IPOB in Europe and in the world that you are with us. You have been consistent. You have been doing whatever you are asked to do by this leadership and by the leadership of IPOB in Germany. For that reason, you should be reinstated as official IPOB unit in Germany beginning from tonight. I'm talking about Munich Unit 1 under the coordinatorship of Mazi Emefu. You are back to the family. I want to employ all the coordinators in Germany and the national coordinator, Mazi, called in Chinedu, to make it a point of duty that this unit is reintegrated into the family fully and given all the support and all the wherewithal they need to take their rightful part in the restoration of Biafra project, as they have already been doing. But this is to make it official tonight on this platform. Having said that, I want to go ahead to tell Biafrans that the zoo called Nigeria has fallen because they have run out of options on how to destroy IPOB. Our leader has warned them many times that IPOB is built on solid rock. It will take you more than 100 years to move or to shake one of the pillars. As I already have mentioned many times, we have 4 pillars in this struggle, solidly grounded by Chukwu Okabama himself. That is namely the DOS, headed by Mazi Chinedu and deputized by Mazi Nzurumike. You have our finance, you have the media, which is also headed by Mazi Chukwu the former. We have our security outfit, the ESN, who has been our backbone since inception, December 12, 2020. So we want to pray that Chukwu Abiyama will continue to protect the ESN in all their endeavors, in all their actions to protect and to secure our land and people against the marauding terrorists who have been invited by our politicians to come and take over our land. But we have remained their last bus stop. We are the brick wall, and the zoo can tell you better because they have tried everything humanly possible and have continued to fail. Now, we also want to make it abundantly clear that the sit at home has come to an end, although we have said it umpteen times on this platform, but for the last days that our leader has made it clear with his handwritten note that this particular sit at home conundrum will have to stop. And we want to make it abundantly clear to all Biafrans that what we have told you in August 2021 has been now confirmed. Our leader, that whatever we are doing from this IPOB leadership is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and you shall do well to listen to us so that you wouldn't go astray. So those who are parading themselves as a crime minister, or those who are benefiting from that sit at home, for which they are snatching people's cars, kidnapping people who come out on Mondays, killing people, burning their businesses and their livelihood, they have to come to an end because enough is enough. We know that they are not totally going to stop because it's already in their DNA to steal, to cheat, to deceive, and to destroy. And for a simple fact that they also have entered into an irreversible contract agreement with the zoo government and some politicians who have paid them heavily to do what they are doing. It will be much, much difficult for them to go back. So we should expect them to continue to have some pockets of resistance, but this particular IPOB is equal to the task. We are watching. So Biafrans, thank you for your listening tonight. I want to start now by calling. I want to calling IPOB members who are in the know of what is happening in the struggle to continue to do their work properly and dedicate their time and energy as always, especially the media warriors who are doing exceptionally good work to enlightening our people, fighting against those infiltrators who have been implanted into this struggle. They have been destroyed and disarmed. We also remember the medical corps who are doing a great job saving the lives of the wounded and the destitute among us, and among the men, the gallant men and women in our forests and bushes. We are not also forgetting all our writers, all the coordinators, both unit, zonal, regional, and national coordinators all over the world. The leadership of IPOB appreciates your commitment and your good work. And Chukwu Okeabiama will continue to protect, guide, and bless all of you. Not forgetting our legal team, who are doing exceptionally great work in the zoo called Nigeria, defeating the zoo many times in their own courts. It is not for granted. It is what's called exceptional legal expertise. And we are imploring them to continue to do that good work, because our victory is very, very imminent. Our leader must be released and Biafra shall be restored in the name of Chukwu Okike. So let me call on the first coordinator to come and speak tonight. I will start with the Mazi Anthony Mokunye. Is our mobilizing officer in Europe. I want to call him to come and address Biafrans, after which I will call the next person in line. There will know much in there. Mazi Jonathan, thank you so much. Mazi Mokunye, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Onisi. Thank you very much for being with us and moderating this wonderful occasion on Radio Biafra. I want to start with introducing my name. My name, as said, is Mazi Anthony Mokunye. I am the European mobilizing officer. I hail from Onitshubo in Aniocha North province in Biafra land. I say, all hail Biafra. Thank you very much. I want to begin to appreciate our moderator of Radio Biafra and our leader who have just spoken, and the national coordinators that are on the board. I want to extend it to the DOS and the HOD, especially with his deputy, Tony Mike Inzumike. Chinedu, you are blessed. Asina oko Nnamdi Naka Adelebuya. We can never see any obstruction, even if when it comes, the shield and armor of God shall shield us up. I still want to appreciate our Onyendi, the indefatigable leader, the man that never rests, the man that saw tomorrow, the man that enlightened the world. We were not enlightened. It is only by his grace that made this only man, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the director of Radio Biafra and the leader of IPOB worldwide, to come out to tell us, to open up our eyes, to educate us. Many of us graduated, but we cannot even write a test. We cannot tell our history. We cannot even say anything about what is happening in the world. Rather just to be there, wrangling, circling, not until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came up. And for that reason, we say that Chukwu Okike, the air that we breathe, the land that we march, and the sun that shines upon human beings, and the moon and the stars, the guiding him wherever he is. In Chukwu Okike I have prayed. Thank you very much. As I proceed, I actually want to address Biafrans for their own awareness. There are many things they don't know. But the Bible let us know that our people perish for lack of wisdom. lack of knowledge, all these things put together. That is why we are here today, to let our people know our sequence of operation and our belief, our code of conduct, and our support to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and our HOD and DOS as a whole. We are not backing down because this struggle was created in a big fat hand. When our leader used to say that we are whiter than white and whiter than snow, we are all indefatigable. And that is why we are called the hardcore. We started it and we are still there, and we shall end it, and we shall see Biafra. Biafrans all over the world, especially the IPOB family, those who have kept the fire burning, the media sector, the finance and the legal teams, especially our ESN. Can anybody tell us when ESN was formed? Nobody. Nobody can say it. Nnamdi Kanu single-handedly give us ESN. And today, without ESN, Biafra land would have been taken over. And we are saying for that reason, may Chukwu Okike Abiama coat them with his blood and guide them and direct them that no enemy shall see them. They will see the enemies, but the enemy shall not see them. Wherever they are, this is our quotation upon them. The contact is that our ESNs, they will live to protect our land, as well as we, the honorable members of IPOB. We shall put every effort to make sure we support everything Nnamdi Kanu has laid down for us. All the Biafrans all over the world, I am calling on you people, those who have been there and later they fell out. Let me tell you all that we that are still here because we have not committed no crime against the structure of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because if I do, I'm nobody to remain. I will be fished out immediately. Because what we are doing is spiritual. Even if you are trying to hide under the water, under the sea, the spirit must fish you out. And that is why most of the guys that have been following us, right from the one that later fell out and went to be grieved to join the enemies, to be opposing what you started with us. What you were there before, you went and joined with our enemies to oppose what you started. Let me tell you all, wherever you are and whomsoever you can be, that whatever you have started and you went against it shall always fire back to you. It's not a cause, it's not a threat. Because the rat in the house calls the rat in the bush to tell the rat this is where there is crayfish. And that is why POB is seeing all these unpredicted predicaments. But lest you forget, we are fortified. We are fortified by the Chukwu Okike Abiama and with the knowledge of Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And that is why we are standing behind him. We are standing behind the OS equally. Because we have not fallen aside. Because we have not committed no crime against the structure of this progressive movement. I'm only just trying to advise you people who has fallen out, thinking that you will use it as a yardstick to come and bring down IPOB leadership, because Onyendu is not around. But if Onyendu is not around, has he ever told you people that without him, there are many other Onyendu? Has he ever told you people? It could be in a different methodology. It could not be that his own way, but it is formed in his own house. Anything outside IPOB is nothing. You can never compare with the knowledge that we have acquired from Onyendu, with the belief and the oath in which we stood, never to betray the struggle. Don't think that that oath is not functional. Most of few that is just gallivanting here and there, looking for political money, looking for government money, working with DSS as an informant, showing them this and that, your days are numbered. It's not a threat to, if I do, my days are equally numbered. And that is the belief we have in IPOB with Mazi and Kanu. That is the oath we took. So whatever you people are trying to plan, those who are planning to be this and that because they are power toxic, do it for yourself. I said, do it for yourself. Oku ijaka egoro ya hubu gi ahubu. Oya adubu gi adubu. Obo na egunye ga oku ase na onye na ya bu eze. The person that his father is a king uses his foot to break the door, and nothing will happen. As soon as we are under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and under the leadership of the HOD and the DOS, we shall always remain gallant and forward ever, backward never. I am only just trying to tell you people, because what you people have been constituting, thinking that you have a head away. If we, that in IPOB from 2013 or 2012 has decided to make our private progress with IPOB name, none of you would have gotten the chance to today be talking whatever you are talking or doing what you are doing. We would have taken the lead and we would have made the money more than you do. But because of the oath and the curiosity of restoring that our sovereign state, that pogrom has been notified and nobody is speaking about it. You have the heart and the guts and the spirit to be duping the dead people on this struggle. Or to be gallivanting, working with the zoo government over your rights, over your freedom. It is hell for anybody who has reason to think otherwise and be practicing it to bring IPOB down. What Nnamdi Kanu have structured, that structure can never fall. I bet you it can only be one man stand. And I'm using this opportunity to tell those, whether siblings, whether even principal officers who were handling posts in our struggle, later decided to deviate without coming to dialogue or to complain, and you just take the rumor that is false to become true. My dear, go and rethink. Go and rethink, because if you are left, they say that Babylon by bus, you have trouble for yourself. All of you, whether old or young, we know ourselves because we are one family. When we say IPOB is one family, anything beside that, it's not of IPOB family led by Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And today, because Onyendu is in castration, we have HOD. Chinedu is there. Tony Mike Inzurumike is there. Austin Abba is there. Azayuba is there. And other prominent personality in DOS. Why not channel your problem as one family instead of you selling your product to your enemies? To your enemies, and you think you will be free? You are not free. You are not free, because at the end they will use you for a pepper soup. We are just telling you now. And that is why we have to beckon the administration of Chinedu without no fear or favor. We follow suit. Our leader told us, if you find me, you don't see me, the next person you have to take advice from is DOS. Even him, when he was alive, takes instruction, discuss with the DOS before they finalize, and he will come out before he speaks. Then who are you to say that DOS are this and DOS are that. Let me tell you one thing. The DOS are wise. And that is why this struggle is still moving in a simultaneous way. Simultaneous way we shall arrive. A sudden sleep causes a sudden fall. We are careful. This is why we are here to educate you people. Leave the enemies. Leave the experiments who are coming to. We are not Facebook propagandists. If you want to listen, Radio Biafra is where we worship. And Biafra is our religion. Why are you diverting your dichotomies to other places? When you know, as a true Biafran, as a voted Biafran, that you must restore Biafra, and you are there working with the enemies. Must destroy the powers of the enemies that is facing IPOB. Must destroy the hand that is holding Mazi and the Kanu. Must destroy every mouth that speaks lies against the administrators of IPOBs. But if they do, the spirit will ask them. But if you speak evil, that never been what it is there, just to criticize and bring us down, my dear, you are going to go down with your family. This word, next word, you can never succeed in all your plan. Be you a woman, be you a man born of a woman, nothing. I'm just advising you people that you people should retreat your step. Retreat your step and follow IPOB, the real and genuine administrative body that is fighting assiduously to restore our sovereign state of Biafra. I want to say before I stop, Asare Dokubo, I'm sorry I'm mentioning his name. I want to mention his name because he's supposed to be my brother. But he's not playing that brotherhood because of money. Your brothers are in abroad. Do you know what you are suffering here? All Biafrans are scattered all over the world because they want to own our land. And you guys that are there that are supposed to be the backbone on that ground to make sure you drag our right out of that government are betting with them. It's a shameful thing to all of them. It's a very big shameful thing. You people should please retreat your step. Don't say we threaten you or we do not. Well, it's not a threat, but this is natural occurrence. It's nature that must take place. That when you do evil, evil must follow you. Don't say IPOB. You promise with your mouth, let's kill Igbos, let's kill Igbos. And what is happening today? You are hiding under your roof and sending your boys to be causing catastrophe in that Biafra land. With the ones that are saying that they are Minister of Foreign Affairs, and now they want to put you guys among to commit more atrocity. We are watching. We are watching all of you, and you people have failed on arrival. I want to promise you that. Try, because the snake you see cannot bite you. We have seen you all. You will only bite yourselves. Time will come, we shall see it. Having said all this, please, the IPOB hardcore, I thank you, I appreciate all of you in Europe and worldwide. Stand firm. For our enemies shall lose the battle, and they have lost it already. Our legal team, we still encourage you people. We appreciate you all. Those that are working assiduously to make sure Biafra is restored. Almighty Jehovah, Chukwu Kabiama, we bless all of us. Wherever we are spending, we shall regain it. And I want to tell us too, that whatever effort we are making, we need finance to equally hold our struggle. Because the enemies has tried to attack our finance, not even only when Nnamdi Kanu left. Because I remember when our deputy then was there with some other executive in the directorate. They always hit at the finance. When I get there, I say, look, before why are you people over finance? And today, one person has decided, Madam Finance or whatever, to come and take. No worry, don't worry. Whatever you do, if you do it with good faith, it shall be well. If with bad faith, my dear, you are not going anywhere, because people have died for this cause. We're going to get it back. So, nevertheless, I have said little. If I am wanted again, I will speak more. I want to return the microphone to my superior, Austin Abani. Thank you very much, our moderator. Thank you for hosting us. We are proud, and I say, oh, hey, Biafra. They won.
There were Mazi, Okunye. You have done very well. Your message is very straightforward, and we believe that Biafrans are listening attentively. So, without wasting much of the time, let us go to the next national coordinator here. Is Mazi Charles Mba, our coordinator in Ireland. Mazi Mba, please take the floor now.
Okay, right. Thank you, Mazi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mazi. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Greetings, Biafrans all over the world. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depends on your time zone. My name is Charles Mba. Charles Mba is from Ihube, Okigwe in Imo State, Biafra land. And I'm serving the great indigenous people of Biafra in Ireland as the national coordinator. I want to say thank you so much to our host, Mazi Jonathan, and of course, Mazi Austin Abanyam, for making this possible for us to address our fellow comrades, Biafrans, brothers and sisters. It's a very wonderful time, and I want to say thank you. May God bless you all. I also want to say that in Ireland, we have no problem. We are doing well. By God's grace, we are doing what we have to do and what is necessary. There's no problem to report in Ireland. I know every country was shaken a little bit by the COVID, but we are recovered, and a lot of things are happening. People are returning back to this struggle, because this struggle is very much important for every one of us. I want to say thank you to our HOD, Mazi Chinedu, and his deputy, Nzurumike. And I want to say thank you for the members of BOS. Not to mention the names, but you all are great. You are doing the great and what is expected, even more than that from you. And we can never thank you enough, because what you're doing is something that many people don't expect that. But all I can say is that Biafra is our reward. Biafra will be the reward of all of us in what we are doing. So I want to say thank you to our legal team. I want to say thank you to the members of ESN. I want to say thank you to all our comrades and Biafrans working in every department, no matter where you are, whether you're a pro member or coordinator or a zonal coordinator. You are all doing great, and that is why we are still here today. That is why we are still doing what we are doing. As our brother said, I want to say thank you so much for our mobilizing officer who spoke very well. Thank you so much for your words and for that contribution. Biafrans, let me just go a little bit back for the benefit of those. I know there are people who joined this struggle 8 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, maybe even 1 year ago. I want to tell you something here, that in this Radio Biafra, all of us here can say we all met Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with Radio Biafra. From this Radio Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu called every one of us. He assembled us all over the world. He continued to shout from this radio hallowed platform, calling Biafrans all over the world. And we had a call, and people responded. from Europe, from Asia, from America, from Africa, from all over the world. People responded. And that is why, if you go back, he is called director. He is the director of Radio Biafra. He registered this Radio Biafra before calling all of us, and we joined him. And that is the way it stands. Then, after some time, when he was after broadcasting, after assembling people, he now said it that in one of his broadcasts, he said that he did not come to lead us, but he is calling us so that we all can join hands together to go and get Biafra. That it is left for the Biafrans to choose who will lead them. And guess what? For more than 1 month, anybody that lifted the phone and was able to connect to Radio Biafra voted and said, Mazi, director, you are our leader. You are our leader. Nobody that answered that he picked his call that day, that for nearly a month or two, that didn't say you are our leader. We voted for him. We accepted him, just like Pharaoh and Joseph. We said, who else is capable of this job, of this leadership, to lead us into Biafra? You are the one who got the vision. You are the one that God called and told you about this thing. There is no other person, director, than you then to lead us. We are not looking for any other leader. It took him time to come to that agreement. And since that time, we are solidly behind him. We are solidly behind him. We followed him. When we give him that vote, we give him every right. But his appointments, anybody he appointed, we all follow that instruction. When he removes, we all follow that instruction. Because why? We voted for him. We said, be our leader. Whatever you said, we will do. That is what it means. We voted him into power. We give him that right. We give him that authority. Now he formed this, the DOS. This state is not the first state. The other state, they came and there was something that made them misbehaved. And some messed up the opportunity due to greed and other things. And they were removed. And some were still there. Then he formed Chinedu, being the HOD, assisted by Nzurumike. We have all these gallant men. Chinedu is not like Nnamdi Kanu. You don't expect him. We all are not the same. Chinedu is a man of few words. But when it comes to administration, that's where his strength lies. He knows what he's doing. And we trust him and we believe him. God also bless us with Chinedu, highly gifted. He's outspoken and very, very intelligent. I remember one of his words when he said that, hey, Chinedu, he's not a romantic man. And you can see that when he's talking, that he's not a romantic man. If you're expecting him to bring roses to come and say, hello, I love you, maybe you will not get from Chinedu. He's a very, very honest and straightforward person when you listen to him. But the other person, from this appointment that I will not fail to congratulate and thank, because I've not ever met all these people in face to face, some of them, except our Mazi who is our European rep here. Mazi Ofoma. Mazi Ofoma, I've not met him, but this man is a man of integrity, because since this media, this radio was handed over to him, this man has never slipped or made any mistake of it. Now, Biafrans, I want to tell you why I'm saying this. When all these problems are coming, even from 2015, 17, and all the rest, the main target that people are going is to take this radio. They will go to a farmer. They will get it from him. They will not. Even Uchemefo tried. He will only give you time. He will only give you what is required. Go and do this. If you don't like it, you leave it. When you are ready, you come back to him. He doesn't change. He can never compromise. This man hold on to it. This Radio Biafra, if not somebody like a farmer, it's like this smartphone we are holding. if you bring your smartphone and give it to somebody and give him the PIN, that smartphone might never be yours again forever and ever. Because that person, under 1 hour, can delete all your details and all the thing about you in that phone and change the PIN. And that has become his own. That is why many of them are targeting, give us the radio, give us the radio. Now, when the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, when they crooked all these plots, what did they do? They went over to take the radio through Ekberima. Through the guy, the barrister, they went to him that he should give somebody Ekberima the chance to speak. But when he came to a farmer, he thinks he's a small boy. No. He gave him the condition he gave every other person that is broadcasting. This is the rule, the way it should go. He demanded for full package, give him the whole radio. And when a farmer refused, and the DOS refused, he now claimed and turned it that he want to expose the DOS. That's why they don't want to give him the radio, allow him to speak in Radio Biafra. And that put a lot of Biafrans back, because he was talking about exposing them. Then, since then, we have been waiting 2 years. Is it only in Radio Biafra you ask him, those followers, that you must do the exposition? Because he can do the exposition in that his platform. But why he want to take over the radio? Somebody, we all know it. He's a thief. Somebody, if you labor in another man's vineyard, you are a thief. This guy operating as a disciples and a son. Don't forget that this man claimed that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not father his children, that it was Barrister Jiofo. He said it in his platform. People don't think, people don't remember. He said it, that this is the guy who fathered the sons of our director, our spring leader. What an insult to the wife. What an insult to Biafrans. What an insult to the spring leader. What I want to say, there has never been any time that this experiment in Finland has ever been an IPOB member or supported Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Never in his life. You can ask our people there in Finland, when they approach him, what did he say to them? I can never take an oath with the name of Nnamdi Kanu on that oath. And for that reason, he didn't take the oath. But he is the one parading as a son and as a disciples of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So, when you give him the radio, how do you think that this man will return the radio back? That man is a thief. The person is a thief. And that's why I'm saying a big thank you to the members of DOS and especially to Mazi Ofoma, because they were strong. Biafrans, I want to say that when the director said that it will took you 100 years to dismantle this what he assembled, he meant it. Why? Because as you see, all of us, both the floor members, the DOS members, and all of us, we are all group of volunteers. Group of volunteers. Nobody is paying who? We suffered, we pay our money, we contribute for whatever that we want to contribute, and we do whatever we want to do. So who are you going to take up? Who are you going to bribe? We are not expecting any wage, any salary or wages from anybody. You can never pay me from the money I'm contributing. I hold my money back then. There's no need. So we are a group of volunteers. Some of us are doing a two jobs. Even members of TOS I know. Of course, Azayoba, whom I know from here. One of us are doing some two jobs, paying their dues, paying what is supposed to pay. Then nobody's relating, nobody's staying back. We are volunteers, and you can never break the volunteers, no matter what you did. So that is why we are proud and are doing what we are doing without fear or favor, because we know what we are doing. We want a Biafra. So I'm just encouraging every one of us that our trust and our belief must be on the appointment. Aside Nnamdi Kanu is DOS. They are men of timber and caliber, reliable and trustworthy. Every group, every movement in this world, there is a leader. Even Boys Brigade, even Scout, there must be a leader. even in the military, in the police, wherever you go, there is a captain, there is a major, there is all these brigadiers that lead people. Nobody goes without leadership. So our leader, excuse me, outside Nnamdi Kanu, in his absence, is DOS. So no matter what you're doing, go round, go left, go front, go back, you come back to that square one. We are there. We take instruction from them. And if you, whether you hate them or you like them, you don't have to, but because you like Biafra, you don't need to love them, but you take instruction from them. And to get this Biafra, that is important for all of us. And start looking side by side, take instruction from wherever it comes. No, we all know that this movement is long time ago that we have always been going through problems. This time around, this one is not the last one. I mean, it's not the first one, but we have seen series of them, and we have survived them all by the grace of Chukwuka Biama. But when this one happened, it hit us bad. But I want to remind Biafrans and those who are supporting evil, who are following those wrong informations. I want to ask you, director had a problem. Somebody bought the ticket. People followed him up bomber by bomber. People arranged the movement for him. He knows that if you tell the DOS, they may not agree with him. They may not approve that. He decided to go. I will not blame him much. But the problem, he fall into the wrong hand, in the middle of so-called Umada front and back. When you turn right, they will laugh at you. They will turn left, they will laugh. Will turn front, they laugh. Back, they laugh. You are in the middle. What can you do? He's just alone in their midst. And they manage, and they betrayed him and pushed him out, followed him until somebody dropped him at the airport. What happened? When he was there, people, they were expecting, these saboteurs, these betrayers was expecting the bad news. That's why when DOS called his siblings, where is our brother? Just like Ken, where is your brother? He said he's praying. He's fasting in the mountain. In other words, don't call him for the next 2-3 days. He's praying there because they're expecting to hear the bad news that he's killed. They know that IPOB has members everywhere. If they raise the alarm, that they will block it in Kenya. That nothing will happen there. They will, even if they accuse him of anything, they will try him in Kenya. But guess what? They keep quiet for 8 days until they bring him. They send him to Nigeria. Luckily, thank God, Chukwuka Biama, who lives in heaven, knows the heart of the DOS and the IPOB in general. That if this man were killed, who will believe us today? Because they said we sold, we compromised. Fulani who Nnamdi Kanu is their first target. Nnamdi Kanu fall into their hand. They were unable to touch him because Chukwuka Biama was with him. And with all of us, that's why I believe that Biafra will come. And nobody can stop that. So these people, they planned everything. They know, but when you ask them, they say no. So when it was opened in Nigeria that he's been kidnapped, they now turned back and said, oh, the DOS have sold him. Everybody knows when a woman cried in your presence and shouted, just like Nelly did, cried and shouted, and then the DOS have killed. What did he do? He wanted to disorganize the whole thing. They have already put people in place who will be their spokesman in person of Egberima. And the siblings were there planning together. They approach Opoma, they approach Chinasanworo, all these guys. They want to bring down this. Had they been there as small kids as they think, it's when they take them out and bring down, destroy this movement, this leadership, they will throw them away because they will be their godfather, telling them what to do because they bring them there. But they, like I said, these are men of timber and caliber. They know what they are doing. They know their left from the right. They are not looking for anything from you. Instead, they will give it to you. They approached them to take over the leadership. China Samoro said it. But they refused. How can I do that? How can I betray my fellow, the Chinedu on my head? How can we do that? They refuse. They go to finance. They go to everywhere. They claim they are in charge of finance. They claim they are in charge of ESN. They are in charge of taking over the DOS. And people follow them because he said they are going to free Nnamdi Kanu. This is 2 years plus. We are still waiting for them. Those of you, some of you have master's degree, 20 master's degree and PhD hold, and you are following this rubbish and this fake news. You have not asked that person you are presenting as your prime minister, who want to say he is going to free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for nearly 2 years. You didn't ask him, where is your legal team? How many times or which date have you ever brought a legal team to the court to free Nnamdi Kanu and then people drove you away? Have you ever done that? So when he danced on the Facebook, after dancing, then the DSS will release him. The same DSS will release him. But the same DOS, whom they insult, whom they rubbished, they said that they are the one that sold Nnamdi Kanu. They are the one that fought. I've been fighting for his release until if you say that the zoo is a country, as he was discharged and acquitted, he would have been with us today. By the help of our legal team, led by Geoffrey and Ozekome. And this approved and worked hard, do the necessary things, and the lobbying by the DOS. Where is those that said that DOS sold? Where are they in the scene? Where are they in the struggle? Can you show us one place where they have stood and said, we are protesting for the freedom of Nnamdi Kanu? One place, if not IPOB, all along. Can you show us in which international house where they can say, we have carried out a placard protesting for the release of Nnamdi Kanu or for the freedom of Biafra? Only when their rent expired, they call for ESN. They use the name of ESN to raise funds. These are criminals. Anybody that comes from the back door is a criminal. This guy, Ekperima, never registered with IPOB before. In Finland, has never contributed 10 cents. He has never been a member anywhere of IPOB. But he is just using Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Why? Because he knows that millions of people followed him. So he attached himself and claimed that he is with Nnamdi Kanu. He is the greatest enemy of Nnamdi Kanu. The greatest enemy, and people must know that. Because he didn't give you opportunity to ask him questions. You would ask him, which legal team, how are you going to free him for nearly 2 years? We are waiting for you for the exposition you are doing against the DOS. Who hold you back? Why didn't you do that? He will come and say, okay, tomorrow I will do that, just to bring you back to continue to listen to him, because you know that all you have fish brain. You don't listen, you don't talk. And the director warned you, said, anything you did not hear from Radio Biafra is fake, don't believe it. But guess what? All those informations coming from Nelly, coming from Ekperima and the rest of them, and the siblings, is it from Radio Biafra? No, they are not. They are coming from YouTube channels. They are coming from Facebook. That's where you get them. If you had listened from the word, if you had listened to the words of our leader, listen to Radio Biafra and obey the instruction by your leadership, things would have not been the way it is with you. Those of you that decamped from this struggle. I'm now calling you that check it, and wherever you can. When the director was taken, it was a shock and surprise to all of us. But DOS managed, they said, okay, set up, because they refused to bring him to court. They said, okay, let's go by sit at home. They introduce sit at home. And when they see that sit at home, that the Biafrans have taken the instruction of DOS, this frightens them much. It frightens them much, all of them, especially the siblings, because he was trying to place himself the next of Nnamdi, after Nnamdi Kanu, that as a Nnamdi Kanu brother. He's a jobless man. So he was positioning himself. So when our spring leader died, so he will come and position himself while the Ekperima will be the spokesperson. Then they will share the positions. He was shocked that the IPOB, the Biafrans, take the instruction of DOS for the sit at home. The next day, what did he do? He went on air and said the DOS, the sit at home should not work. Who gave him right to make that instruction? He gave that instruction. But he looked at it that people didn't take it serious. They didn't listen to him because he was nobody. He went through the barrister Ejimako. He said to go and seek and convince the director because you know that DOS cannot go there. Biafrans, I'm telling you what some of you don't know or you have forgotten. And they go and convince him that the director should call it off and cancel it. The director did through the lawyer. But it was a hard nut for the DOS to chew because they want him out and they want to do everything possible they're supposed to do. They debated it and debated it. But trust me, because Chinedu, being a humble man, and the members of DOS, being who they are, they said, if we have never disobeyed our leader when he was with us, is it now that he's in pain and trouble that we will say no to his instruction? And they call it off. Then that is when they pick it up. Sorry I'm mentioning this name. Then your Facebook cried. He shouted. He did everything. Jaike. See now, they told Nnamdi, that's why they canceled the sit at home. Ekperima, take it off. Jordan Sima, who have joined Jagaban, take it off, all of them. That they are going to continue to make sure that our leader is out with the sit at home. And that is how they change the heart of many people. The people believe them that DOS have sold. Why did they cancel the sit at home? But today you ask them, since then, since all this sit at home, why have not the siblings go back and said our people are suffering? Because he went back, he told the director that our people are suffering and our people, the children are having jam, are going to have their exam. So he should call it off. Where is he not coming, talking? Even when this thing continue, he don't feel again that our people are suffering. He's now speechless because they are all partners in crime. They are all planning together, positioning themselves of who they will be and what they will do. All they are looking at is to bring down the DOS. But you cannot do that, like I said. Let me remind you again. All of us, we are behind DOS. We are behind all of them. They know what they are doing, and they are the one to lead us in absence of our director. There's no other person who can do that. We trust them and we believe them. Whether you love them or you don't love them, it doesn't matter. Many of you decamp and follow this fake information because he is lying to you. Gossipers like gossip because he is lying to you because you hate Nnamdi Kanu, because you hate the DOS, because you hate IPOB. That is why some of you are following it. It's not because you love Biafra and not because he's telling you the truth, but because you hate Nnamdi Kanu. But there's nothing you can do about that because the volunteers, the group which we are, they were here to fight it to the end. And as I always say that every cent we commit in this struggle, we must defend it. Nobody can do any nonsense with this movement until Biafra comes. There is nothing we can do, that anybody can do about it. If follow the instruction, obey the TOS, which God has given us through our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. There is no other leadership we need, and there is no other leadership we are looking for. This is the only leadership we have, and we are solidly behind them. And we want to work with, and we are working with them, doing what we're supposed to do. Even now, as I'm saying, we trust them that even Chinedu said today, we have emergency of $1 million. IPOB worldwide will raise it for him. If China Samoro's call emergency for that, we will raise it for him because we are not looking for anybody to pay us. We are doing it from our sweat, from our pocket. So how are you going to defeat us? How are you going? We're not begging anybody. We're not calling you to come and give us to eat and support ourselves. We support this struggle and we will support it to the end. So anybody who is playing anything you're playing, whether you are a barrister claiming that you are advising our leader, you must watch out because you allow these small children to deceive you, which is shame because I have respect for you, but that respect have dropped. including our finance madam. The trust I have for you, you have thrown it down and it has gone. Because if you can tamper and close the account without the notice of our DOS, without accounting and respecting them, then my own respect is gone from you. I cannot tolerate that, no matter who you are. Whatever you are doing with the Kanu, it doesn't concern me. You cannot toy or play with the finance of indigenous people of Biafra. Anybody that receives anything from these siblings, it's not their money. It's not working. It's a IPOB money, stolen, signed, given by Nene. So these are the things, the criminals that are working behind to attack this struggle and the movement. Because why? They feel that the rector is no longer there. And they feared, they thought they would kill him, but God preserved his life. So I want to say thank you to all of you, our Biafrans, worldwide, wherever you are, for listening to us. And I want you to say, continue to support ESN through the right channel, Join the IPOB members in any country, wherever you are. And forget about this gossip. It can never take us anywhere. Whether it is, I know some people, some of us are bringing division, are saying that this I am a leader into Biafra. It doesn't matter. Nobody is dragging the leadership or Okpara from Biafra land. It's not what we are talking about now. It can be Okpara. We know that. In the land of Israel, Jesus' family, when David was chosen, David wasn't the Okpara, wasn't the first son, but God used somebody he wants to use to operate, to do something. What happened? Even when he called Moses was there. Abraham, people said, no, Abraham delayed. He went somewhere. Give us Aaron, give us something. It caused a problem. Many of them lose their life because Abraham wasn't called. Our director is called. His appointment, the people he appointed to work with him are all called. They are all together. Any other person is a thief. Any other person you are following thinking that is going to give you this, it's a lie. It's not going to happen. So whether you are bringing it to tribalism, it's not from your state, it's not from this. It doesn't matter who you are in the family. Anybody can be a breadwinner. Whether you are the first son or second son or third son, it doesn't matter. Let us copy from the northern politicians. They know the Buhari is not a right man, but because of they want somebody to drag it, take it away from Jonathan. They supported him, they protected him, they blessed him, and guess what? When he win, he lined them up. Every ministerial post in Nigeria, he lined them up there. That is how people work. You defend your own, you follow your own, you stand with him, not creating division where he's coming from. Where is he? What is his state? What language they speak? Those things cannot help us, Biafrans. Let us unite together. Let us stand in one mind, in one spirit, and follow one instruction, command and control. We have leadership. Thank you, Biafrans. Thank you, Mazi Jonathan. Thank you, our European rep, Mazi Abayem. Thank you, Biafrans worldwide. May God richly bless each and every one of you. Thank you for giving me this time. I sign off from here. Thank you, Mazi Abayem.
Mazi Mba, thank you so much for the rendition. It was very, very straight and comprehensive. I'm sure Biafrans are glad tonight to hear from you and rest of us who have come again tonight to brief them and to enlighten them as to where we stand. You know that they have discovered that we are unbribable, so that's why they are not happy with us. When you see any of them criticizing a member of the OS, especially Mazi Edozim, when you see that they are criticizing him, castigating him, when you see them calling names and concocting all manner of lies against him or against any of the member of the OS or even a coordinator of a country, that means that you are doing a great work, because they detest anybody who is sticking to that code of conduct, that our ideology, that our consistency in our philosophy, in our ideology, and in our modus operandi. They don't like it. They just want somebody who will easily fall into their trap, and then they will use you to wreak havoc in the family. where you represent. So we have seen their antics, and we have also taken precaution. What we say, what we do, and with whom we are doing that. That's one thing we have learned since our leader was kidnapped and renditioned. Their plan have come to naught, and that's why the Zoo government is not happy with them. They couldn't deliver. Mazi, they couldn't deliver. That's why they are running from pillar to post, blackmailing and doing all manner of things to see if they are going to impress their contractors. But they have failed woefully. So we are here. We go nowhere. Thank you, Mazi. And let me not waste much of our time. I'm going to the next person in line, which is Mazi Nnamdi, our national coordinator in Switzerland. Mazi, please, if you can hear me, take the floor now and address Biafrans. There we go.
Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. IPOB, say one family. It's been long we haven't heard this song. The man who brought the light that we must sustain. Greetings to IPOB worldwide. Person speaking to you is Nnamdi. I'm privileged to represent IPOB family in Switzerland. In this opportunity to call for much respect for our DOS, the leadership of this struggle, led by the HODS, Mazi Doziem, a very good man, a gentleman. My special thanks to the anchor of this program, Mazi Chinedu Jonathan, one of a kind. Our European rep here with me, Mazi Abani, gentle of all. I respect IPOB worldwide, and most especially IPOB Switzerland, the hardest of all hard cores, the immovable, very gentle, calm. You rarely hear of them. I'm privileged to serve you. Much respect. I will begin to give a little short story on the situation of IPOB Switzerland, although nothing extraordinary special. Since we begin this struggle, IPOB Switzerland has maintained their formidability. They have never lacked. They have never withdrawn. It has always been calm. Actually, IPOB and Switzerland have a little resemblance. The resemblance is the disciplinary. The disciplined nature of the Swiss people is also being carried over by IPOB. So they all matched together. This is why we rarely have friction. I thank us here in Switzerland for remaining the way we are. So let me begin this evening show by a quote by Sun Tzu. It says in this quote, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. The point why we keep on winning is because we know ourselves. And we know the enemies we are fighting. And no matter the multitude of infiltrators from any direction they are coming from, we will defeat them because we are well prepared. I have a little short of a story by this that I have to give in regard of the Ekberima in Finland. A member of mine here
was duped by this Ekperima for a visa to Poland. I had a contact with him. We spoke at length, and then some email and WhatsApp proof to this. And he promised that if the visa wasn't issued, that the money will be refunded. This story I'm telling you now is over 2 years. We haven't had anything from him since then. So when people speak about the Ekperima, I always laugh because I know him. We have discussed. I still have all the old evidences with me on my phone. So the guy came well prepared, or his handlers came well prepared. He is just fooling, chasing cloud. He came well prepared because they studied those who has fought IPOB before him, why they failed. They failed because they had no backup. So when this guy started, everybody was following him as usual. But he knew that a time will come when people will desert him. So they built a fake backup social media handles. So in case which will happen when people desert him. And that exactly happened, that people deserted him. But to fool the gullibles, which are many, he used the backup the fake social media backup to keep on supporting him. And this is where he fooled a lot of people. Now the gullibles who weren't aware of what was happening still thought that people are following him. This is what happened. And this is why you think he is still relevant. But for us who know him and know the psychological operation on what happens online, knows that in actual life, he has no follower. And I am now talking to Biafrans in Biafra land who might not be aware of the game playing here. This guy is playing on our psyche. Here in Switzerland, only one autopilot I know is his digital designer. That means that he is benefiting for working for him. So our guys over there at home, this guy has no follower. He isn't irrelevant. He is irrelevant. Everything he does is fake. I have the proof of what I am saying. It is enough for us. It is over. It should be over by now for us to keep on speaking on this guy, because everything he is saying is false. All what we just need to do is just to activate our frontal lobe to see, to dictate when somebody is saying the truth and when somebody is lying. And that is as easy as ABCD when you see all the load of flip-flopping since he began. The point is, he has no follower, but he has social media handlers that backs him up, that makes him feel relevant. And that was planned by his handlers. So people shouldn't be intimidated by those who retweet his posts or those who follow him wherever he is. Or if it is only on me, I would say let us just let that idiot to go and die and rest. So the most important thing here is that IPOB remain intact, focus, and support everything we are doing. We all listened to Mazi, Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor interview on our Rise 2 days ago. The anchor deliberately injected the question of disarming ESN. That was the question the anchor asked. And I haven't seen anybody discuss about that issue. The point is, they are doing their best possible best to make sure that they disarm
our young men who are protecting our farmland so that our local farmers will be able to farm in freedom. So, if you want them to disarm them freely, that means you should not be supporting the ESN, because that is the only way to disarm them. You can see it is in them. That is why he brought the question first. If you want them not to be disarmed, then we must put all our effort to make sure that we sustain them, because they are our protectors. They made our farmlands today free, that our mothers, our daddies, our brothers can easily go to wherever forest they wish to go and farm. So our people must be very, very careful. We must understand what the game is. We must support everything the leadership tells us to do. We must support them, because we haven't seen any sign of their going to a wrong path. I have also a very small question to ask to some of our people who are not following the events going on in our land. I mean my fellow diasporans who are here but not angry of the situation we are, the situation of a black man around the world. I wonder why they are not angry from the humiliation that we see every day, the discrimination that we feel every day, to our children in school, to our children in the pool, to us at working places. I wonder why they don't feel angry, or have they given up, or they are incapable to understand what is going on. I wonder why they are not reacting, because if you become angry, you start asking questions. I wonder why, and I don't know what their hope is. I would love to know where their hope lies. Why do they wake up every day and feel happy going to work? Why do they wake up every day and see their children still segregated the way we are segregated? Although their children are born here, speaks the language. Why are they not angry? This is my question. If any one of them are listening to me tonight, why are you not angry? And if you are angry, what are you doing? The obedient has fed us. What are you doing? You still haven't seen what IPOB is doing, that we are the last people. You are still not aware that there is no other agitational group who is as formidable as IPOB. What are you still waiting? I use this opportunity to call our people here in Switzerland who are not involved, or who are not yet involved in what we are doing, to speedily ask for where they can join IPOB, so that we can liberate ourselves together. Another thing I found out in what is happening to us is we do respect title. I want to use this moment to inform our people, please and please, do not take any advice from anybody because of his academic prowess outside what he studied. I found out in this last moment that most academicians are bereft of common sense. Their title is worthless outside of what they study. This is why when you speak to any of them, the need for our liberation, You can never hear them make any commonsensical sense. There is no reasonable argument. It is impossible to reason with them. So our people, you are a doctor, an academician, take them serious only in their studies, and the rest drop them unless you see them make sense. The issue of our siblings, brothers, it is unfortunate, very, very unfortunate that at the beginning of this dilemma, I personally was defending Kanu, believing he is a reasonable individual. I even, at the time, spoke with our HOD to enable both of them have a radio broadcast. I encouraged him so that there will be peace. I'm speaking as an outsider without any information. I never knew that I was defending a fool. I never know that I'm defending a criminal. I never know that I'm defending a wicked soul. Had I known what I know now, I couldn't have made such a pronouncement. But it is so sad that somebody I regarded so high can bring up himself so low, very, very low. A struggle that your brother founded with his life, with even your parents' life. And now you are trying to ruin it, to destroy it because of money. Because of money. You are living in Deutschland. Deutschland and Switzerland is almost the same. What do you want that you cannot get? You want a car? What do you want that you cannot get? We are all working, average class. What do we want that we cannot get that will enable you be doing what you are doing with the money that people like us, who sweats day and night, who sweats the sun and in the winter, trying to raise and support this struggle for your children, for my children. Because you feel the same pain I feel. We are living in the white world. Every black man feels the same pain as long as you are living here. You feel the same pain, and look at where you are. We all regarded you as siblings from Onyendu. Messed yourself up. All these characters is the reason a black man has never liberated themselves. Because there must always be a rat beneath. There must always be a rat. Look at Martin Luther King. It was also a black woman or a black man. Look at our Malcolm X. There must always be a rat. Look at Thomas Sankara. These are all black people. And you, at you, a family that we all adore, bring shame. You bring shame to our revered Onyendu. You bring shame to him. But I have to leave it there, but I want to tell you that IPOB Switzerland is very angry on your behavior. You must withdraw. You must withdraw and follow the path of honesty, because IPOB is founded only by truth. If you are not upright, you got nothing doing in IPOB. And this is the only reason the enemy has never succeeded. Because most people in IPOB are created for this purpose. People who are very truthful, honest in whatever they do. I wouldn't have been in IPOB I did not because of their uprightness. Because I got nothing to do with Wuru. So I implore every one of us who are still in this struggle to keep on doing what we are doing. This has been 10 years and going. We've been doing it. We've been paying it. We've been traveling all over the world for protest. We've been sacrificing. Those who are not doing it are not better than us. Actually, we are better than them because we wake up and we believe every day that we have a purpose for living. The purpose for living is that we hope that tomorrow we will liberate ourselves and thereby liberate our children, so that they will eventually have option of where to live. They can be like every other nationals that have option. Do I want to go to my home country or do I want to stay here? This is the reason we are doing what we are doing. Nothing more. Nothing more. So those who are doing are not better than us. What are they living for? Ask yourself. These are the people who seek depression. No, IPOB seeks depression because we are 24/7 busy. When you are not writing, you are reading. You are on a meeting 24/7. There is no time to waste. So I implore every IPOB to keep on doing this work of heaven, because the more we stand firm, the more we do not feel weak, the more we remain dogged, the more we win. Once you showcase weakness as usual, as an average black man, once you showcase tiredness, definitely they will defeat us. Let us prove to them that this generation of IPOB has come to stay. And when we have gone, they will wish that we live forever. I don't know if I have a short time to bring in a little story of the past week. Let me have 2 minutes to do this. Everybody is aware of what is happening around the world in regard of Niger. Of recent, it has become open that even the reason of the war is the resource that is coming from our land. From our land. From my backyard, I can see Okebema, gas flare, Okebema. And this has been when I was little. So this gas flare has been flaming now for the past 60 years. Gas flare. We have gas in our Memma, we have in Izombe, we have in Oma, we have in Obaru. The whole of Olo region is full of gas resources. From our land, they are taking this oil to Europe, to here we are. To here we are. And look at us, look at where we came from. What is it there? Look back to where you come from. What is there? This sit at home has shown us that everywhere is rotten. Look at our environment. What do we have? They settle the foolish elders. They settle the foolish politicians. The enslaved mind. People with full of titles, professors and engineers, without achieving anything in their life, so that the rest, they will enslave the rest of us. This is what we achieve from Europe, getting gas from our land, so that we will be forever enslaved. We say no to that. We say, and we keep on saying no to that. Everybody listening to an interview done by George Galloway, a former parliament member of the Great Britain, with a Nigerian journalist called David Hundeyin. In this interview, David Hundeyin narrated all the whole rosy stuffs against Tinubu on how he became a drug baron and the bagman and this and that. For a far-minded person who doesn't understand what is happening here, this David Hundeyin, a Yoruba man, was aware that Buhari died and ruled Nigeria for 5 years. No, but he didn't mention that area. This David Hundeyin has caused Twitter space, solely to discredit Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. He didn't mention that area. He began from Tinubu as if Our problem now is Tinubu. That Tinubu all of a sudden is our problem without foundation. You see, we are not honest. Nigerians are not honest. Until we become honest in our dealing, it can never be better. They are blaming Tinubu, forgetting that a dead man ruled them for 5 years. And what do you expect? He never said anything. You were actually condemning the man propagating this news as fake. They turned us stupid and foolish because we can see better than them. Now he is complaining that Nigeria is suffering. Our people are there, but I wish them more suffering. I wish they can go to this war in Niger so that the end will come. I give special thanks to IPOB in Biafra land. I know nobody is doing this thing for nobody. We all are all equal benefactors in this struggle. But I respect you people, those who still remain, to keep on doing what you are doing, because without you guys, it will be difficult. For now, I give back to our host here, Mazi. Go on. Thank you so much.
There were Mazi. There were. You have done perfectly well in your analysis and your information dissemination to our people. I'm sure we are waking up and we're waking our people up so that nobody will be deceived anymore. Nobody will be deceived. I know Biafrans, when they discover the truth, they follow the truth. So what we are doing tonight is to make them to wake up and shine their eyes to see the truth and follow the truth, not to be deceived any longer. Our leaders' handwritten note cancelling the sit at home for good has proven that this leadership has been telling them the truth, and the usurpers and the infiltrators in our midst are here telling them Nnamdi Kanu must be released. Why you are collecting money from behind that he wouldn't come out? As long as you continue with your criminality, you keep him there. So you are working the opposite and telling our people the opposite. And the fools that are, like you said, they are not outright illiterate. Most of them have paper degrees, but their brains are empty. Because without common sense, all your degrees are worthless. Telling them our leader must be released. They even made him president of online president, I will call him, because he's not in charge of anything or anybody. Just an online president or prime minister of whatever he wants to be. But that is by the way. We are not here to joke, because millions of lives have been involved in this struggle, and that's why we are not taking it easy with anyone who will come to ridicule the efforts that we are putting together to ensure that our land will be freed and our people will taste freedom in their lifetime. So thank you, Mazi, for that. And let me go ahead to call the last person we have tonight, one but not the least, is Mazi Chinedu. Mazi Chinedu Collins is our national coordinator all the way from Germany. Mazi Chinedu, if you can hear me, take the floor now and address Biafrans. Ndewo.
Ndewo, Mazi Abanyim. Good evening, Biafrans. Good night. Good morning and good afternoon, depending on your time zone. I want to say a big thanks to Mazi Jonathan for giving us this platform this evening to talk to Biafrans. I want to appreciate our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man who has given it all for the freedom of his people. He has demonstrated, even in DSS dungeon, that he loves his people, that this love is real. He's not faking it. I want to also appreciate our leadership. By leadership, I mean the DOLs who are those piloting the affairs of these movements in the absence of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Chinedu is the head of the Directorate of State, deputized by Mazi Nzurumike. I want to also recognize people like Mazi or Forma. These are the silent killers. They are those behind the scene and then doing the wonders. He doesn't speak so much, but they are the ones doing these wonders that we are seeing in IPOB. I want to also recognize every other member of the Directorate of State. Sometimes people mistake DOS for one person. That is one thing that these imputators are doing. Each time they will ask you, what is the DOS doing to free our leader? Most of them don't even know the structure of IPOB. Most of these people shouting online, following bloggers and cloud chasers, are people who just heard about Biafra. Immediately our leader was renditioned, because they don't know anything about the struggle. And once you engage them in arguments, you find out that they don't even belong to, they don't even believe in the Biafran ideology. Go and check out their Facebook pages. You will not see anything linking them to Biafra. And that goes to confirm what Mazi Nnamdi just said about those behind the scene projecting this guy. I wouldn't want to call his name. He's a boy. I call him a boy because he is just a boy. Those who know me know what I think about him. I predicted everything that is happening right now. I told them how he is going to show his true color, and today everything has unfolded, and his end has come. I want to tell Biafrans that the storm is over. The storm got over the day Mazi Benjamin met our leader. We all know our leader, that he's not a man that will say one thing and do the opposite. Our leader has been fed with lies about most of the things happening outside, and most regrettably, those we trusted to be representing IPOB as our legal counsel connived or in cahoots with these infiltrators and the siblings of our leader, going to tell our leader just lies about non-existent things outside. And sometimes I wonder what they want to achieve with it. Do they want to make our leader to compromise, or do they want him dead? Because if you go and lie to our leader that those people he left this struggle for have abandoned him, and that's exactly what led to Wazirike compromising, because the government told him, look, these people that you want to die for, they've moved on. That was why Wazirike compromised. And our leader taught us these things on Radio Biafra. And so most times I used to wonder, do they want him to go the same way Wazirike went? But our leader promised us that he is not going to fail us, that we are the ones that will fail him, and that manifested immediately. Our leader was renditioned. Those you never expected to go against the leadership just fell for a little blackmail that the leadership sold our leader, and you ask them for evidence, they could not provide. I want to ask those people following these bloggers on Facebook, this boy in Finland, I want to ask them, where are the people that that made him who he think he is today. Those who sold him to our leader that he is somebody that you can trust. Where are those people? The likes of Nelo Fuebu, the Madam Oyibos, and all of them, the Umadas, where are they today? Along the line, they find out that this mission that they've embarked on is one that they can never accomplish. And along the line, they also saw that this person is not a human being. And that was why they abandoned him. Today, most people following this guy are people who are being paid to do what they are doing. If you write anything, what you hear, what their comment will be, leave him alone, and go and do your own. Biafra is not a child's play. And I want to also tell our people that IPOB is one indivisible family. We do not have two IPOB. It is only one. And this Radio Biafra is where we worship. And Onyendu always say it. At the end of every broadcast, he say that Radio Biafra is where we worship. So anything that you don't hear on Radio Biafra or from Radio Biafra, don't take it serious. You see that though most people that fell out of this struggle are people who get their information from YouTube and Facebook. A lot of bloggers today have joined the business of making money through using the IPOB and Biafra. That is now a content that they use to make their money. So real IPOB members get their information from Radio Biafra, and once you get your information from Radio Biafra, you can never be confused or be misled. Biafrans, I want to give us or remind us of what happened in Germany, how those who think that IPOB is a personal business, that they want to hijack the IPOB Germany by trying to bring their stooge to come and take up the leadership of IPOB, lying to the leader of this movement about something that never happened. People who made mess of with our account, they destroyed everything that has to do with our account. In trying to cover their tracks, they know what they did to close the account. But these same people turned around and started accusing innocent people that they were the ones that reported the account. And you ask them for proof. Please show us proof that somebody reported this account. Up to today, they have not given us that proof. And as if that was not enough, they moved most of our money to different people and different accounts, and still have the temerity to go and sue IPOB Germany, because we said enough is enough, that you cannot eat your cake and still have it. You cannot embezzle our fund and still want to remain in your position. We said no. They sued us to court, and we got our lawyer to reply to them. And as God may have it, because our hands are clean, everything we did was done genuinely according to the law of Germany. The case was struck out, and we are still waiting for the next line of action. But the assurance that IPOB Germany is giving to Biafrans is that no single money of IPOB will go unrecovered. That is the assurance we're giving to Biafrans. And those who are supporting these people with their lies, believing the lies they are telling them, the day they will be facing the music, you will not be you will not be there to defend them, because we are dealing with Germany. Germany is not the zoo where anything goes. Here, once you break the law, you go in for it. It is just, I'm just reminding them, because we are not relenting. We are going to make sure that those of them who moved our monies to different accounts, or who share our money among themselves, they will pay back those money. So, Onyisi, please, Mazi, please, I think there is something that I want you to do. The account in Germany, I think you should say something about it, because some people want to hear it from you. So please don't forget to remind our people that we have an account in Germany where they should pay their monthly dues. And I want to thank IPOB leadership in Germany. You guys are very strong. Without you, those people would have taken over Germany. But you fought gallantly. You stood your ground and said, no, we did not come here for a family business. That IPOB is a mass movement. That Mazi Nnamdi Kanu never told us that in his absence that his family should take over IPOB. We have a structure, and that structure is what we're following. The DOS, in the absence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, whatever they say goes. If you don't like, you back out. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu comes out, you can come back. But as long as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains in the enemy's camp, the DOS are those we listen to. And I know that in no distant time, our leader is going to join us. I want to encourage Biafrans in Germany, IPOB members in Germany. You guys have shown that you really want this Biafra. Our outing on the 30th of May was awesome, and I can assure you, Biafrans all over the world, that IPOB Germany is intact. Forget about their lies. They don't have any control of anybody in Germany. It's just one or two stooges or two individuals they got, and they thought they will use those individuals to hijack IPOB Germany, but we stood our ground and said no, that we started this IPOB in Germany, and we will not allow anybody who was not there in the first place, who was not there, this sibling today parading himself as somebody, who was not there. 2015 was when we knew that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has a brother in Germany. 2013, when all this thing started, he was not there. So, and today he is placing himself in the absence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be to succeed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And we said no, that is not going to happen. People have paid with their blood for this movement. People have invested so much in this movement, and we're not here to joke. We're not here to joke. We're here to restore Biafra, and we're doing everything humanly possible to make sure that we restore Biafra. I want to encourage Biafrans back home. You are the ones bearing the brunt. You are the ones facing these provocations. You are the ones taking the bullet. We say your sacrifice and your efforts will never be in vain. You should count on us here. You should count on us here in the diaspora. We are not going to disappoint you. We are doing everything within our powers to make sure that we restore Biafra. And my coordinators in Germany, I want to urge you to keep doing your wonderful job. We are one big family and we are strong. IPOB family, IPOB Germany is bouncing back, and nothing those enemies who wish to destroy us will do. They have failed and they will keep on failing. Mazi Abanim, I think I will leave back to you. Ndeo.
There you go, Mazi Chinedu. You have done very well. Your message is well understood and well disseminated, because, like I said at the beginning, that Radio Biafra is our mouthpiece. This is a hallowed platform where we always say the truth and nothing but the truth. And those who are not conversant with the truth are running away from Radio Biafra to go to where they belong, which is darkness and confusion. Thank you, Mazi. The issue of account, the new account in Germany, we have passed this message through the families, and that's why we have a structure. We must not always come on Radio Biafra to announce everything we do. Our structure is second to none. That's why we have remained indomitable. That's why we have remained incorruptible. And that's why we have remained unmovable and indefatigable in what we are doing. Our physiological and psychological consistency has been our watchword. So it will be improper for anybody who is under oath serving in this movement will doubt information that is coming from their own leader. Because in Germany, you are the highest ranking officer in Germany according to our organigram. So whatever message you brought to the people in Germany is coming directly from me, from the DOS. We have a new account in Germany, that is obvious, and we have passed that message. So everybody should do well to send their monies to Germany into the new account. We are not going to be saying it all the time. We have passed this message to the family, and we believe it should go accordingly. That is the new account. The national coordinator will give you any information you need concerning the new account in Germany. Whoever has any question, you know my number, or you call your national coordinator in whatever country you are residing here in Europe. Your national coordinator will pass that message to me if any, and I will do justice to that. So Mazi, thank you for the information that you have given us concerning the shenanigans of the criminals we had in our midst, and we didn't know that until Onyendu was renditioned, then all hell got loose. So thank you. That we have come to the end of our tonight's briefing and interaction with Biafrans all over the world. We believe we have been able to enlighten you tonight with the coordinators who have spoken here tonight from their different perspectives and experiences gathered in their countries of jurisdiction. And we are here. We go nowhere, because Biafra must be restored. There is no two ways about it. Our leader must be released unconditionally. All eyes are on the Supreme Court of the zoo called Nigeria. If they are going to play their cash and carry justice, we will see, because the world is watching. Luckily that IPOB is in more than 100 countries of the world, and we are in touch with all the governments of these countries, and they are watching. We have alerted them through our protests, through our letters, and through our diplomatic ties, and they are watching to see if Nigeria is going to bury themselves, because they are dead already. If the Supreme Court will turn on, overturn the justice that has been already delivered in favor of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If they are going to turn it around, then that will be the burial. They are already dead. That country is dead, and that will be their burial, and we help them to bury themselves on that particular day. The 14th of September is fast approaching, and all eyes will be, dimmed towards that zoo called Nigeria. So Biafrans all over the world, that's what we have tonight for you. We are going to be back with another set of coordinators on Saturday, so do not miss it. Thank you for your listenership. I remember Mazi Abaim, the European rep of Indigenous People of Biafra, a member of DOS, and I want to thank Mazi Chinedu Jonathan for hosting us tonight, and pray that Chukwu Abiyama will continue to strengthen and sustain every one of us who are truly Ezigbo Umu Chineke in this struggle, preserve our lives and give us all that we need to continue to work in his vineyard to ensure that our land shall be free sooner than later, and our leader shall be released unconditionally and very imminent. Day one, Umu Chineke. All hail Biafra. Mazi Jonathan, back to you. All hail Biafra.
Almost hail Biafra. Thank you very much, Mazi Abanyem and co. Please. Thank you for listening. You've had it all. We continue because this is a global movement. This is a movement, a divine movement initiated by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and we will continue until Biafra is restored. Any person thinking that they can stop us, any person or group of people or government, even Britain, thinking that they can stop what we're doing, we are unstoppable. Therefore, Biafrans and lovers of freedom, this is where we are going to stop. From me, from here, together with my hosts or my guests, I say it is good evening.
The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans. A part of the eastern land is a promised land, a blessed land of the true Biafra. Emeka konusi Biafra, Emeka konusi Biafra, Kaimara, Biafra kanebozo kani, Kaimara, Biafra kanebozo kani, Biafra kani. Sombe, waboye, anijala, wana bemo kanibambo, wana juno, osina Biafra. Chukwu kika biama, onye gino naka, kamera ni ema. Sombe, waboye, anijala, Biafra banoma, ala Chukwu basire, ala mana, ala Chukwu basire, the rising sun. Mwebuka kuwesi, ojihe matakiri, owe nyakayenu, akafuwa yufu wetu ya. Makano onodu kadiro ni hey! Sambe, Nendala dima, Ndizu, Nina no banama, Ndokuga, Akakwala no so, Kahapa to soon Biafra. Chukwu kikabia madika itumagao, Chukwu kikabia madika itumagao, Nani gala, Babu ganije Babu ganije, Biafra. rising sun is a home of the Biafrans. The fire of the distant land is a promised land, the blessed land of the true Biafra. Emeka kunusi Biafra, Emeka kunusi Biafra, Kaimana. The distant land is a promised land, the blessed land of the true Biafra. Emeka kunusi Biafra, Emeka kunusi Biafra, Kaimana. The distant land is a promised land, the blessed land of the true Biafra. Emeka kunusi Biafra, Emeka kunusi Biafra, Kaimana.
Through the auspices of Radio Biafra London, my name remains Mazi Chinedu. I invite each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE. Honestly speaking, I'm late, but it's not my fault. I've been here more than 1 hour. Regulating issues, technical issues, it's not easy. Since over 1 hour I've been here. Over 1 hour. So that is the real situation. But we don't give up. We don't give up. I know the problem is something we have been complaining is from the satellite system. I know that. But we continue and we must continue. I think it's the same thing that happened to Mazi Ike Peters the other day. Just happened to me because I was here 30 minutes to my hour. But no way, you couldn't connect. So that's the problem. Therefore, once again, I welcome each and every one of you because we don't give up. As long as we are consistent, consistently consistent, well, there is no impossibility in our dictionary. That is why we stand out as IPOB. Do you understand? Some other people, they complain, they shout after they go back to their nests. You know, but we continue, we don't give up. Our leaders say we shall wear them down. Do you know friction? We wear them down. The time they thought that we are dead, oh, these people, we are no more. We continue. That is resilience. That is what we are. So for each and every one of you that is listening to my voice, be courageous. Be courageous. Do not let situations on the ground or anything to discourage you. That is, our leader has warned us on many occasions about situations that could bring discouragement, confusion. Oh yeah, I'm confused. I don't know what to do. What to for now? Wow, is it like this? This is freedom fighting. Do you understand? This is freedom fighting, for goodness sake. Therefore, do not give up. Before I continue, please let us pray.
Nnamdi Kanu asụ m onye azụkwara na natuelie ya asụ m onye alie nnu atakasịa ya arụ onye aṅụọ mmiri gbagbuo ya n'aha Chukwu okike abịama eze Chukwu okike abịama Chukwu kere ihe niile mana onwere ihe kere ya aja ani Igbo ọkụ ọgụnye nwata n'aka anaghị ele ya nwoke si na ya ji ọfọ nwaanyị si na ya ji ọfọ mana ọfọ maara onye chi ya asị m na abụ nwata na-asa arụ n'afọ o nwere ihe mma ọkụ unu kpọrọ m oku ọkụ unu gụnyere m ọkụ a n'aka sị na ọ gaghị ele m asị m na mbosi ọbụla mụnwa bụ nwa eze chukwu bụ ụzọ mba nke ọma dịka Don Place Stampia Master aka ji ọfọ Igbo niile asị m na ntinye aka n'imegide ụmụ Igbo ma ọ tinye aka n'imegide ụmụ Biafra Chukwu okike abịa ma aja ana Igbo asị gị megide m mana ọ bụrụ na m atinyela aka n'imegide ụmụ Igbo na m atinyela aka n'imegide ụmụ Biafra na m atinyela aka n'imegide Nnamdi Kanu onye ọbụla tinyela aka n'imegide Nnamdi Kanu onye ọbụla tinyela aka n'imegide ụmụ Igbo onye ọbụla tinyela aka n'imegide ụmụ Biafra onye ọbụla tinyela aka n'imegide m asị m ana tiwelie ya asị m onye aṅụọ mmiri gbagbuo ya asị m onye aṅụọ mmiri gbagbuo ya asị m onye a zụkwụ na ana tiwelie ya asị m onye a rie nnu atakasịrị ya arụ Chukwu okike abịa ma ebunye m ọfụ Igbo niile ike nke ụmụ Igbo ji eju ọgụ abụnye enwu gị tata bụ ụbọchị eke mmụọ niile bụ mmụọ eke batara n'ala Igbo asị m gị binye bịa n'ọrụ ụmụ Igbo ọgụ bịa n'ọrụ ụmụ Biafra ọgụ bịa n'ọrụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ọgụ bịa n'ọrụ m onwe m ọgụ bịa n'ọrụ ndị ọdịnala niile ọgụ bịa n'ọrụ ụmụnne anyị niile ọgụ asị m na bido tata gawa ka m na-ekwubi ndụ n'isi ụmụ Igbo ka m na-ekwubi ọganihu n'isi ụmụ Igbo niile ana m ekwubi na tata ka ọgbaghara dị n'ala Igbo ga-adajọ tata ka ọnwụ dị n'ala Igbo ga-adajọ ejiela anyị ọgụ n'ọnụ niile ọnụ ọbụla na-eri nnu eri mmanụ anaghị ekwu arụ ọnụ ọbụla na-eri nnu eri mmanụ anaghị emegide nwanne ya n'ọnụ ọbụla na-aṅụ mmiri na-eri nnu eri mmanụ nke pụrụ echiche imegide anyị asị m ọnụ ada ogbu anya ọbụla na-ekpe anya ọjọọ anya akpụọ isi ụkwụ ọbụla jeela anyị ije ọjọọ anyị si ụkwụ ada ngwụrọ aka ọbụla fụrụ anyị wee tụwa aka anyị si aka akpọnwụọ osisi ọbụla fụrụ anyị na-atụ mgbe anyị si ikuku fụtuo ya onye ọbụla fụrụ anyị wee cheta ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya onye ọbụla fụrụ anyị kwawa akwa alịlị akọkwana ya akọ anyị si anya mmiri akọrọ ya n'anya anyị si na anyị gara ejere anyị ga na-ana ọ ga-adịrị anyị na mma ọ ga-adịrị Nnamdi Kanu na mma ọ ga-adịrị ezinụlọ ya na mma ọ ga-adịrị ụmụ Igbo na mma ọ ga-adịrị ụmụ Igbo na mba ofesi na mma ọ ga-adịrị ụmụ Igbo nọ na mba niile pụrụ iche iche na mma ndị niile nọ n'ụlọ mkpọrọ na ha ga-apụta ha ga-enwere onwe ha na anyị bụ nwatakịrị na-asa arụ n'afọ nke anyị kwutere bụ nke ọma nke anyị gụtara bụ nke ọma nabata na anyị n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu mana nke anyị na-agatara biko gbaghara na anyị na anyị amara agụ na anyị bụ nwatakịrị anyị ekenekwa unu ụzọ ọbụla anyị si mehie megide unu bịa gbaghara anyị ma nyekwa anyị ike na mmụọ anyị ga-eji gbaghara ndị mehiere anyị ekpe ma kwere na gị nwa bụ Chukwu okike abịa ama Chukwu eke Chukwu orie Chukwu afọ Chukwu nkwọ Chukwu kere ihe niile mana o nwere ihe kere ya anyị sị gị ya gozie mmiri ya gozie obodo niile ọ ga-awụsa gozie obodo niile mmiri a ga-awụsa gozie obodo niile mmiri a ga-awụsa gozie mba niile ala Biafra niile bụ ndị ga na-azụ ụkwụ n'okporo ụzọ mmiri a ga-awụsa gozie ha na eke gozie ha n'ori gozie ha na afọ gozie ha na nkwọ na Chukwu okike abịa
Ise. Once again, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE, coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land, and today is the 27th day of June 2022. Today is Monday. Therefore, do not forget that we are still in a media confrontation with BBC. We are not like others, 15 minutes people. Once immediately after 5 minutes, 15 minutes, we must continue bombarding BBC, even on social media, making the whole world to understand that they are purveyors of fake news. Even in the social media, even in TikTok, if you can act it to alert everybody just to be careful, alert the youths to be careful of BBC, that they are purveyors of fake news. If it's not true, I think another day I will play the clip of Paul Kagame, how he quietly brought down the BBC reporter in Kigali. You know, they thought that they can act in anyhow or ask questions anyhow. But President Paul Kagame, kudos to him. He quietly, you know, brought them down with superior argument. That's it. So please, as IPOB family members, Biafrans in general, you have to continue calling BBC. If you can do things, I mean, on social media, alert the whole world that the BBC should be regarded as a snake. If you hear them, run away. Don't even tune to them. Don't listen to them, because they are purveyors of misinformation, disinformation, fake news, false news. That is what they are. As Paul Kagame said it, that they always think that they are the owner of value. So everybody must abide. They judge you by their own perceived value. That is who they are. Anything they talk, they are the owners of the world. But, you know, I used to say it. Empires don't last forever. I think even during the last Commonwealth in Rwanda, Commonwealth meeting, things are changing little by little. You know, it's only the caliphate that cling to Britain. But things are changing gradually. Empires never last forever. Some empires they lasted more than 1,000 years, but it doesn't mean they will last for eternity. And eventually they fell. So BBC should understand that things change. That empires don't last forever. We might be at the receiving end today, but things will eventually change, because they are always bringing out what they want the world to hear about us. They are always lying to the world about us. We, Biafrans that are the victims, they are putting us, you know, the same way since 1966, Igbo coup. They are presenting us to the world as the aggressors. Things must change. It doesn't matter how long it takes. Apartheid regime in South Africa, you know, they thought that Britain was supported, you know, sponsoring them. Number one sponsors are Britain. The apartheid regime of South Africa, Britain was number one sponsoring them, supporting their number one supporter. What happened? It eventually fell. Today they are, you know, making efforts to be facial friend with South Africa. That is the reason why, when Theresa May was the British Prime Minister, she visited Robben Island in South Africa. She visited in South Africa, and she wanted, on her way to Robben Island, where Mandela, who they called or referred to as terrorists during his time, Britain labeled him as the chief terrorist, chief monster. BBC was talking against him, against ANC, that they are the monsters of this world, that they want to change things, bring terrorism. Now, a journalist, British journalist, also questioned Theresa May. I watched that clip. Theresa May was not comfortable. The man asked him, said, now you are okay, you are darling to South Africa. You want to see where Mandela was solitarily confined during his imprisonment. Don't you? But that time you were a member of parliament. You were gallivanting, calling them terrorists. Mandela was a terrorist. He was uncomfortable with that question, and he didn't answer that question. He said, how are you feeling now? So that is how the world is. Let nobody be confused. Let nobody be frustrated. We are focused. Some people are already jumping ship. They are going on Nigerian politics, electioneering, the evil politics. But IPOB, where we stand is where we stand. On Biafra restoration, you cannot buy our future, our eternal future, with maybe 4 years or 8 years of, carrot, sugar coating. Now, from there, we lose our future. It is impossible. Therefore, be focused, as our leader used to tell us. Be focused. If you are not focused, thinking that electioneering is what you gain, simply checking out from IPOB and go and do what you're doing. The Nigerian military is on the rampage in our land, but our land will consume them. That is the only promise we give to them. Our land must consume them. They are understanding the language. That is only where I will stop. But we must continue. We must continue. We are in a war, both hot and cold war, covert and overt war with the caliphate. It used to baffle me. Everybody used to cry, oh, the Fulani, they are killing everybody. Oh, if you go east, west, north, south, everybody is crying for one tiny tribe. But for people to organize and do something, no way. And they play politics. And they play politics. Only IPOB is the driving factor that is rising up, that has risen up in order to do something about the situation. Therefore, we must continue in what we are doing. I will go on just few minutes reading headline news before I continue into what I'm going to talk about today, which do not forget that tomorrow is our leader's court appearance. Tomorrow, the 28th, our leader is coming to the Nigerian court, which he has no business. Anyway, the presidency is putting pressure on the judges in order to do something to continue holding our leader, who is innocent. Do you understand? But we are here. Our leader must be released. That is why today I'm going to talk just to have a retrospect, reflecting on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's continuous fight. We have to talk about it. His continuous suffering, his continuous fight. That is what I'm going to talk about today. But before that, I will go into reading some news headlines. Do you understand? There is something I saw. I don't know how, because I tried to check the source. I don't know whether she really say it, but let me read it. It's from Tinubu's daughter, Fola Sade Mujidat Tinubu Ojo. What she said. He said, my dad made Lagos more comfortable for Igbos, but they chose to be ungrateful. When elections come like this, there you start seeing the innermost human beings that are in that zoo called Nigeria. The innermost mind. Do you understand? He said, my dad made Lagos more comfortable for Igbos, but they choose to be ungrateful. Listen, there is something I'm seeing in that zoo. It's worrisome, but I know it's because of the primitive mindset of people. You see, the other day I read what the pig in the creek, Asare Dokubo, what he said. That he is supporting totally Tinubu. Yes, I'm not worried about it, but the reason of his support is what worries me, and that is the mentality of Nigerians. Do you understand? Oh, because he gave me money. He said he gave during when he was jailed, he gave his children money. He gave the wife, a house. and this and that. Just private comfort and private help. Now, the same thing that this woman, Tinubu's daughter, is saying, that my dad made Lagos more comfortable for Igbos, but they choose to be ungrateful. So, what I'm saying is this. People used to misunderstand, private goodness. Oh, he dashed me money. That's why I have to support him in his bid to be a governor or a president. That should not be the case. You can be a friend with somebody. He give you money, do this, do that. But when you look at his policy, it doesn't necessarily mean that you must support him or vote for him politically. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. Because what matters is when you see somebody's politics or political views, you can tell him, look, we are friends, but I differ with you. Sorry, I will not vote for you. That is civilization. But it's not in Nigeria, because Nigeria is, you buy your vote. You buy, loyalty is being purchased. So, if had it been people are civilized in that enclave, Asari Dokbo wouldn't have been making that statement. Even if you want to support him, he wouldn't have said it publicly that this is because he gave my wife money. He gave him house to stay. He supported my children by making them to be going to school. So I will vote for him. No. That is very primitive. You understand? You can say that, okay, I've studied his policies. He meant well. For example, he meant well. Look at his financial policies, economic plan, this and that. That is what matters, not your own private interest. That is the reason why I continue hammering that black people, mostly Nigerians, they are still at very primitive level of humanity. I'm telling you. So this question of democracy, this and that is wastage of time. This mentality, this psyche is the reason why politicians, they made sure to impoverish everybody, so that during electioneering they can buy you. Because you consider your private food, you are, as far as he give you money for food that particular time. So he's a good person, he's Mr. Nice Man. So you have eaten his food, so you must vote for him. This is the situation the Europeans were in 13th to 14th to 12th century, nearly 1,000 years back, when they were zombieing also. Do you understand? When they were happy that one feudal lord lined them up and gave them crumbs, food, as Alhajis used to do in HAUSA. Line Almajiris up, give them one cup of tea and a piece of bread each. And now he can command them and say, no, anything, vote, just, go and kill Inyamiri and they will go. Vote for me and they will go and do. Without question. Because he fed them one day. Do you see, the other time, one of our brothers called from Italy and he explained that you see the level of backwardness that Muslim Nigerians are is too alarming. Forget about somebody riding nice car. Please, I used to say it. It doesn't matter that somebody is having private jet that in a million years it cannot manufacture. It cannot be manufactured in that zoo unless in Biafra land. Do you understand? Forget about that. He dressed very well. No, that is not civilization. He's still primitive animal because the way he reasoned. Let's vote for this person because he gave me money. So he's a good person. Let's vote for him. That is a level of primitivity that the Europeans have surpassed by almost 1,000 years. That is what is still going on in Nigeria. So let me continue reading. This woman, the daughter of Tinubu, he said, my dad made Lagos more comfortable for Igbos, but they chose to be ungrateful. So now, listen. And in that place, I think in Sahara Reporters or where I saw it, I commented. I said, okay, if Igbos or Lagos now is no more, or Igbos are not staying in other parts of the zoo, doing their legal businesses, and progressing. And somebody will come and say, you people, you come to our land, and this thing is, my dad made a conducive environment for you to progress. Which means we don't have no business being in Nigeria. That's it. It's as simple as that. Because now, I don't know, people in Kanu also, we said the same thing. We made the things conducive. Now you must vote for us. So, is that, for how long can we continue in this quagmire like this? In a place you call a country, your own country, it is no more you are right as a citizen in order to do your legal business, establish and prosper. No, it is not your. They are seeing it as a privilege given to you. Do you really read beyond the lines or in between the lines? Do you really read things? I don't know. Every Dick and Harry can come and insult us because of also our myopic system of views, our myopism. We don't look beyond to see what happens. Now, you are hard work. No person, everything that you gather in Lagos, they sell to you double, triple price, and you still manage to gather everything. Work hard, make your money. Somebody will come and say, no, my dad, I put you, we make a conducive environment for you to prosper. Do you understand? Ask me in any part of the zoo where Igbos are not prospering. Even in the north, every time they kill us, burn our properties. Even in Abuja, still we prosper. Now, imagine that if we have our own country, managing our own lives, imagine how prosperous or how more prosperous we could be. Now, if somebody is telling you that, hey, because you people are ungrateful, so you must vote for me. Everybody have the right. I say, you have to convince people. In order, let me say in Nigeria, this in per se. But we are not interested. We are not interested in Nigerian political electioneering, this favor that is everywhere. But I am judging by the statement because the insult is too much, honestly. He said the conducive environment you see today in Lagos that Igbos are enjoying while doing their businesses were put in place by my father, Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu. These people left their hometown and we accepted them wholeheartedly in Lagos State. How do you... So, Nigeria, let me... Sometimes, anyway, within small time, they will gather them and threaten to throw them into Atlantic Ocean or into Lagoon if they didn't vote for this person or that. That is the reality. They have been denied disenfranchised of even registering for PVC, which we are saying, because Nigeria is not our destiny. Nigeria, we have no space in Nigeria. I'm telling you honestly. Our destiny lies in Biafra. If you want to force yourself, you understand? In a country you call your own a citizen, just an equal citizen. Somebody will now come and start telling you, we accepted you wholeheartedly. On what occasion? On what? Why? Why? It's very terrible, honestly. It's very, very terrible. Instead, they kept attacking my father at any slightest opportunity. Do you see what is going on in Nigeria is supposed to be feudal system? Forget about what they call electioneering. What do they call it? Democracy. That is rubbish. Everybody, what they are doing is the caliphate feudal system, rankade the system, so that once the politician come, anyone, you bow down and say, okay, rankade the sir, all for you, sir. That is it. Total obedience. But that is not who we are. You understand? An Igbo man, you convince him with superior argument. Not by force, not by coercion. That is who we are. Whether they like it or not. He said without this man, there will be nothing like Igbos in Lagos. They make their billions here. Some of them don't even know their hometown anymore. Because they now prefer Lagos than where they are coming from. That's it. Oh, you are a Lagosian. Are you hearing it? You understand? That is what they are doing you. You say, oh, you are Lagosian. They say, hey, you come from somewhere. You come. When we are crying, shouting, that look, we need to look elsewhere in our land. Nigeria doesn't accept us. It doesn't matter how they pretend. Oh, this and that. It is a language of all these useless elders. In a country, there should not be some. There should nothing be. There should be nothing like a love us, giving privilege. No, it's something of right. Right. The Lagos Apapa Wharf is in Lagos. Tinkan Wharf is in Lagos. Servicing 200 and something million people. Just because they don't want emancipation of Biafrans. They call Igbo man. We have natural seaports everywhere. In One, in Calabar, in Uguta, in Onisha. No way. Instead they carry seaports, go to Kanu in desert. And you want to continue being in Nigeria, right? Because you're foolish. You are foolish and stupid. Honestly. That is the reality. I don't want to continue because it's the normal insult. Now they will gather the market traders and threaten them. If you don't do, we will burn your markets. Once you say, hey, they will give order now. The market, they say nobody should, you should vote for these people. They are our hosts. Have you forgotten 2019? When the market leaders in many parts of the north, Igbo market leaders and is it Ezendi Igbo? Na Kafanchan, Ezendi Igbo, na Kasina, na Daura. They banned our people from coming home to vote in 2019. In 2019, it is there. That if you go to the east, if you travel to the east during this electioneering time, that if you come back, make sure you have lost your shop. Igbo, oh, Chineke Kunai. How is the mighty fallen? They continue playing with us because we are stupid. Not IPOB. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came and opened our eyes, raised us to become human beings. Do you understand? You know, the European Jews, the Jews of Europe, they were calling themselves, after all, I'm a Spanish, after all, I'm a German. So, they tried everything in order to hide their real Jewish identity. Every time. They were building Europe. They built Europe. Do you understand? They built magnificent places in Europe, in Venice, in Italy, in Portugal, in every part of Europe, in Austria. But from time to time, they tell them, hey, look, you people, no matter that you are born here, it doesn't matter whether you have stayed, your ancestors have stayed 500 years here. You are not a European, or you are Jew. They thought that they were joking. Until the Second World War, the apex of their persecution. Do you know that Jews, they were forced to wear the Star of David open, that is, make it conspicuous, so that from 1 kilometer you will see somebody, the star is shining. Oh, you know he's a Jew. If you want to take him down as a sniper, you do. If you don't wear your emblem and you are controlled and your ID, they see that you are a Jew. You are gone. So you see, they were humiliated. The Jews were humiliated during the rise of the rise of Hitler of Germany. That they were slaughtered. And that was, they learned the hard way. They became political by force. People that were thinking that, oh no, it doesn't matter, after all, I have a nephew, he's a cabinet member of the president. No, we are doing well. You know, our business are booming in Hungary. They dealt with them, you know, people that they slaughtered intellectuals, Jewish intellectuals. Everybody the same. Even their politicians, Jewish politicians, all. They didn't have no difference and say, oh, these are elites and these are. No. All suffered the same thing. That was the bone that the hammer that broke the camel's bone. They started looking for their country. Biafrans, Muibo, do you want what happened in 1966, 1970 to happen again? Before you people will be smart, politically aware. One of our person he called Agburundi Nzuzu. Agburunadero political in nature. Oh, you know, he can Ghana made that Agbron until they come to realize that look, the cause of our problem is this because we are stupid. That is what we are trying to raise here, the awareness. We are trying to raise here. Our leader started it. Raising awareness that what is happening to us, it will continue happening to us. Until we realize that we are in a wrong place, that we need to go back to our land. That is the reality. Otherwise, how can somebody, if we're in Biafra land, how can somebody be telling you that they give you a conducive environment to prosper? That they welcome you wholeheartedly in your own country. You are progressing the place. You are not doing illegal business. Everything you are doing is legitimate. But you say, go to your land. Do you see the situation we are in? A very, very, very regrettable situation. We must continue. We must continue honestly. Okay. Let me continue. Terrorists kill another Kaduna Catholic priest on his farm. All these are no more news. Nigerians are numb. NUMB. They no more consider all these things. It's a normal thing. It's the normal, the new normal. Oh, it's Fulani bandit. You just be careful. Don't come out to 6 o'clock. Avoid it. And that is their solution. That is always their solution. You know? But they don't try to find out and say, let us tackle this issue once and for all. It's highly regrettable. Bandits gunned down Catholic priest, Father Vitus Borogo, as in Kanu. That's it. Another one. Sorry, in Kaduna. Kidnappers asking for 200 million to release my priest, Reverend Sister. That is Pastor Kuka. Because now they know that there is money in the church. On the bunker. So the Fulani terrorists, they will continue. Now the other change. Get more money. Extract money and buy more weapons. That is the bandits, the Fulani terrorists receive from their political masters in Nigerian presidency. So now they are going out. Is a Christian Association of Nigeria. Are Christians organized in order to take one stand? No way. Instead, this Daddy Joe will say call fasting and prayer. They will call after fasting. They will give now for God's protection. You will pay God to protect you. They will give. Sow seed. They turn everything to their advantage. They don't have the capacity in order to organize themselves and come out as one person and make a stand in that zoo called Nigeria. Every day, one pastor is kidnapped, the other reverend father is killed, the other one is they are asking 200 million on him and they will pay. Remember T.Y. Danjumi say, if you trust Nigerian security for protection, you will be taken one after the other. That is what is going on. The Nigerian Christian community is the most stupid set of people I've ever seen. Greed is blinding their eyes. Greed. Otherwise, what stops them from coming out together as one person, having a unified stance? No. This one we say no. Thank God, there is not they will not touch our congregation. No member. Well, as far as you buy this oil, you will not be touched by bandits. In Jesus' name, when you're foolish idiots, say amen. It is happening to others, so it will not reach you. I cancel it. Aye. Okay. In another development, terrorists I'm just reading because of time. I don't want to enter into the main body to read it. Just the headlines. Terrorists abduct divisional police officer in Kaduna. That's it. If they can abduct a divisional police DPO, now who are you? He has gone. He has people protecting him, but they abducted him. For you to understand that what is happening in Nigeria is from the executive. Do you understand? The killing of Deborah revealed many things. But we Nigerians learn, no, that one is gone. You see northern politicians, the caliphate politicians coming openly in order to, support the savagery, the killing and the burning of somebody alive because of religion. Because one Arab man he's a prophet only, nothing more, and he since going to 1,600 and something years now. Now a black person have to kill his brother because of that. Don't you see that there is stupidity inside? And you see the northern politicians supporting this openly. They didn't hide it. Atiku Abubakar, he tweeted about it in order to condemn. Immediately he removed it. And when confronted, he was telling you how he stood against Sharia. Is it not political Sharia? Is it talking rash? Talking rubbish. Biafra, we need to get out even yesterday from that zoo. I'm telling you. We need to get out as quick as possible. Okay. There is something I will read. But elections can't fix what's wrong with Nigeria. It's by one Bayo Oluwa Semi. I want to read it. It's a very interesting article the guy wrote. He's a Yoruba guy. He's a Yoruba guy. A very interesting article. He used to write articles for, I think, Sahara Reporters. He said, elections can't fix what's wrong with Nigeria by Bayo Oluwasami. Now, listen, Nigeria is on support, on life support. The diagnosis and prognosis are scary and hopeless. Nigerians are living in a country that mirrors in all instances. Remember, is today's article, 27th June 2022. Nigerians are living in a country that mirrors in all instances the conditions in hell. Are you hearing? But the selfish, inordinate, and obdurate politicians are hell-bent on conducting the 2023 presidential elections. The problems confronting Nigeria are more than what the presidential election or any of the presidential candidates can fix. The problems of language, religion, and ethnicity cannot be resolved by conducting elections. The differences in our values, morals, expectations, institutions, patterns of belief and behaviors that represent our different histories, cultures, traditions, aspirations, and worldviews cannot be cemented together by election, which is true. Elections cannot solve conflicts between the Arab Muslim North and indigenous Southern Christians. Past elections didn't guarantee our unity, peace, progress, prosperity, stability, safety, and security. Past elections didn't end the Boko Haram terrorists and the Fulani terrorists. Why are we so intoxicated to believe that the 2023 elections would achieve what past elections failed to do? I hope this guy is listening. Is listening to Radio Biafra honestly. He wrote excellently well. Why do we put our faith and faith in the 2023 elections that they will stop the Northern agenda from Fulanizing and Islamizing Nigeria? PVC failed us in 2015 and 2019. Why do we expect a different result in 2023? Ask them. Yorubas have nothing in common with Hausa, Fulani, and Igbos. We don't speak the same language, that is true. Our culture and traditions are different. We don't share the same ethnicity. We don't share the same deity. Yoruba identity is deeply and proudly rooted in our ancient ancestors. So, how can we be called Nigerians? How can we call Nigeria one country? We are not one country. We are of different nationalities. Yorubas are not Nigerians. We are Yorubas of Yoruba nation. Can elections erase or deny these obvious facts? Absolutely impossible. Political speeches, promises, and posturings by the candidates cannot melt away our differences. Elections in Nigeria are based on politics of illusion and delusion, corruption and compulsion, looting and largesse, bribery and bandits. Elections cannot save or salvage Nigeria. It will further exacerbate the problems. It is evident Nigeria will forever remain a divided country on ethnic and religious lines. It will remain permanently a hostile, separate, unequal country. Elections are only timid attempts to solve our interactable ancient problems. Elections are not the solution. Separation is the only feasible and viable alternative. And that is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been preaching, enlightening everybody. Today, he is in jail for saying the truth. Do you see it? I pity even our people that are so, excited. Oh, this person we want and everything. What? Why? Our leader asked a question one time, very obvious, intelligent question. He said something. He said, "You that want your brother to be the president of Nigeria, but you are dying to go to Italy. Is the president of Italy your brother? Does he come from Isiam Afaruku or from your village, from Olo? Why are you dying to go to Finland? Is the prime minister there from Benin City?" Do you see? These are things that you floor Nigerians with this intelligent argument. That is why they can never confront us. You that is scavenging or scrambling to travel to America, you want American visa, right? Is Biden your townsperson? Is he from Mongwa? Or is he from Enugu? Just tell me. Is he from Oware? But why you want to go there? He's not even the same color with you. But what matters is the policy. The policy is what matters. Policies that make everybody inside that enclave to thrive. Something you cannot get in Nigeria. Today, everybody is excited. You have 3 candidates. One from Fulani. The other one from Oduduwa. Although he's a Fulani stooge. The other one from Igbo. Pitobi. And you see people gallivanting. Nele primitivity. Nele orangutan. Oh, you want? So, if you vote for your brother, now everything will change. Is that so? Is that so? But if they now come, even tell you, no, choose remaining in the zoo for your brother to win and running to Denmark, getting visa to Denmark. You will choose to run away to get visa to Denmark. The Prime Minister of Denmark, is he from your brother? Is he from Igbo land? Is he from Yoruba land? Is he from a Hausa land? Is he from your community? These are questions that when you ask yourself these questions, your brain, you start reasoning. Your brain, if you are a real human being, not a subhuman, you start thinking in a different way. Say, why do I want to go out? Where even those people, they are not even of the same color, the same race with me. Why? Because there is something there. There is something which Nigeria doesn't possess. Nigeria never possesses that quality. All that matters, oh, Jagaban is a Yoruba man. Oh, Peter Obi is Igbo man. Oh, Atiku is a Fulani man. Now, you see monkeys gallivanting. Oh, vote for this one, it will be better. And you see, the most important question has never been asked. The electioneering fever is there. Intoxication. Now, mine is except IPOB. People are suffering from intoxication, electioneering intoxication. And the politicians say, when they hear that this person, the delegates, they were given $55,000 each, $60,000 each, $15,000, that is, they become intoxicated. They forget to think about the future generations, for goodness sake. I don't know. I don't know why my time wasted, honestly speaking, because of technical issue. But we must continue. Another headline, the last but not the least. Angry headsman reportedly stabs bus driver, conductor to date for killing 2 cows in Lagos. Are you seeing it? On here, Mel. The owners of Nigeria, they kill you for animal. They say the man killed, he's a Fulani man, a Fulani headsman in Lagos. So it's not how it didn't happen in Kanu. It didn't happen in Sokoto, in Lagos. The other day they burnt one prostitute for harboring Quran in her room in Lagos. Now they are audacious, they are bold, because as they have been brainwashed, they own Nigeria. Now a driver lost control of his car and killed 2 cows of a headsman. The man take knife and slaughter the man and the conductor for killing the 2 cows. And he will be taken to police. The military will rush immediately. What did happen? Oh yeah, okay, bring this man, we will kill him. They will take him, go outside and inside the barrack and protect him. The following day, they will release him. He go back to Kafanchan. They laugh. They will give him rank. After maybe few months, they will send him back to another part of the south to continue his good work. That is how they recompense them. You kill Onyamri infidel. You kill a Southerner, a non-Fulani. You'll be rewarded. That is the pathetic situation that the indigenous people are suffering in Nigeria. Somebody, not human being, no, he killed cow, and the man took his knife and slaughtered the driver and the conductor. To death, they died in Lagos, southern Nigeria, in Lagos, where the daughter of Tinubu says they are the owner. In Lagos, so for you to understand that the indigenous people are the most stupid set of people in that zoo called Nigeria. That is why the Fulani have the audacity. You just imagine, every place is Fulani terrorists, Fulani herdsmen killing people. Imagine that it is another tribe that is doing this. Do even 1 or 2. For example, Igbo, they say, Igbo people kill, some Igbo boys kill somebody in Kaduna. For example. Hey! Before you know it, the whole, even, they will attack Igbos even everywhere, even in Lagos, in Southwest. I'm telling you honestly. But the Fulani, they have impunity doing it. Everybody is you very stupid set of human beings I've ever seen there. Sometimes I regret why God. I say why I would have been created maybe 10th century or even before Christ. By now, maybe I would have been 3 somewhere. I know. Instead of coming to this type of people, sometimes I feel our leader. I feel him. We don't merit that type of human being. We don't merit him. It's only Chukwuoke. I'm telling you honestly, we don't merit him. The stupidity of people in Nigeria is thinking. One tiny race, a Fulani race that is not up to 1% of Nigeria population. Killing everybody in Nigeria, everybody crying. This one cry here, this one crying. This one, if we want to do something, the whole Igbo, bring Igbo down, I beg, kill them. Do you see the stupidity? Do you see how successful the Fulani, they promoted the hatred against Igbo and they now use it in order to be killing every other? You understand? Killing every other people. Today they kill how many reverend fathers they abducted in Kaduna. There is something what Chineke say, which I concur directly with him. The northern Christians, they are using the southern Christians, the southerners as shield. They are afraid. They are afraid because what I'm seeing, I'm feeling it. That even they don't want any talk about referendum or sharing Nigeria, dividing Nigeria. The northern Christians become jittery. They will fight against it. Because they feel that once they are with this Fulani, they will slaughter all of them. So we are their shield. We are the reason why they are still alive. I concur 150%. That is the reality. That is why every time they are being used, they use diplomacy. Anything about they come, you know. So they want everybody to be suffering what they are suffering. But our leader, remember when our leader was on ground, some northern leaders, northern youth leaders, or middle betters even, from Kaduna, I could remember they went to visit our leader and said that if Biafra come, that they will be part of Biafra. And our leader said, yes, it's Biafra, come and join. That is who we are. If you feel that maybe you are persecuted, we welcome you. Do you see the way one Igbo pastor from Iguacha, welcomed the parents of Deborah, the dead Deborah, and gave them value? That is how we are. Instead of sabotaging what we are doing, so being afraid that, if these people, if Biafrans go, Odudu will go, hey, the Fulani will slaughter them. So it's better everybody will be there dying, suffering the same thing, and be playing, everybody, they will be playing politics with it. Father Kuka will talk. When you talk here, and the other day we talk another day. No, let us pray for Nigeria will be better, So we need we vote for a Satan. You playing politics because they want all of us to be submersing, all of us. They are afraid that if we go, that the northern Christians there will be no more. Let me tell you, do you know that there are Christians in northern in Arab countries? Do you know that in many Arab countries there are still Christians? Even in Iran. Iran is a Muslim Sharia country, though it's a Shia. Do you understand? But they are Muslims. But they have Christians there, indigenous Christians. In Iraq, the same thing. In Syria, the same thing. In Jordan, the same thing. Lebanon anyway, that one is even not it's not a Muslim country anyway. Lebanese, you see them. They are 50 Muslim, 50 Christians. That is the truth. Palestine, the same thing, they have Christians. Do you understand? Even in North Africa, in Morocco, they have Christians, indigenous people that are Christians. In Tunisia, the same thing. Everywhere they have in Arab. So, why are you afraid? Why do you want everybody to die just for you to feel that you are safe? That is a very wrong notion. Very, very wrong notion. Biafra will be able to protect other people more when we are independent, when we are free. Because that time we have our own state resources. We control ourselves. Now we can protect you. Do you understand? So stop playing the politics of the caliphate. Let everybody suffer what you are suffering. Instead of us to escape, no, come, all of us will sink. That is selfishness. Let me go direct to what the topic of today. Please, let me just regulate something at the background in few minutes, please. In few minutes.
Igbo presidency is like the second Niger bridge. It will never be completed. Or maybe like Ogoni cleanup. They flagged it off the first time, second time, third time. Instead, they will go there to destroy people's houses. How about the 30,000 minimum wage? These are promises made. Or we will return you back to 86 naira per liter petrol pump price. What happened? None of these things will ever happen. What is a dream? It's what you tell a woman around 8, 9:30 in the evening. By 5, you change. 5, 6 in the morning, you start saying something completely different. That's how it is. It's to seduce you. So you stop supporting IPOB, you stop supporting Biafra, you start thinking about the contracts you will get when an Igbo man from your village or from your town is there. Because they know that you will always reason like a very foolish African man or woman, as the case may be. These are preview schemes. Second Niger bridge, we're going to clean up. Igbo presidency, minimum wage, Enugu expressway. We will do this, we will do that. Airport in what's the place? I said we build an airport in Agulade. Airport in Lebanon. With Chinese investors, they will build a new city in Agulade. Whereas the one in Asaba cannot, Boeing 747 cannot land there. They say it's too small. There's no drainage. Enugu is not working. Where is not working? But they plan to. Do you have?
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. I'm sorry I have to regulate something at the background, please. That is the reason of this interlude. But we must continue. Today is the 27th day of the 6th month, being June, Monday, in the year of our Lord 2022. Tomorrow, our leader will be going to court. Our leader is there suffering for you and I. That is the reason why the topic of my submission today, we have a retrospect. Talk about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's continuous fight. His continuous fight is a legacy that he is laying. Do you understand me? There is this saying that a prophet is never recognized in his homeland. It's even in the book of Luke, chapter 4, verse 24. If you want to read it in the Bible, it's there. Luke chapter 4, verse 24. You know, we learn from everything. We learn. There is no knowledge is a waste, honestly speaking. You know, a prophet is never recognized in his homeland. Notwithstanding, there is always more glory fighting for your own people than fighting for strangers. Do you understand what I'm saying? Listen attentively. I'm talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's continuous fight, his legacy, the legacy that he's laying. He's laying a legacy. Do you understand? You know, some time ago, Mazi Chinedu said something. He said, no matter what you do for foreigners, you will never be regarded as their leader. Do you understand? Do you see Rochas Okoroche, even he quoted Quran in Arabic. He built schools in the north. You know, thinking that they will accept him. They are only taking you as a philanthropist. You will only be known as a philanthropist. Nothing more. Because you're a stranger. Some of the known famous American revolutionists, listen, we sing them every day. We shout them. And, you know, rightly so. Their names, some of them, George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, Marquis de Lafayette, etc. But these are concussions. They are undiocha. Do you understand? But do you know that there were many black slaves that risked their lives by participating in that American Revolutionary War? You hardly hear about them. Do you? You hardly hear about them. Do you understand me? Do you know the reason? Because they are referred to as strangers, slaves. There is one they call, Crispus Attucks. He was the first person to be killed, to be martyred, to be slaughtered in the Boston Massacre of 1770. Do you understand? The first person, the first victim. He joined, he was highly zealous, fighting. He was the first person to fall before others. But when they make lists of people that fall, it's only the Caucasians. Because, do you know why? They see him as a stranger, as a slave. How can they put him in history? To blow his name? There's another one they call Salem Poor. Salem Poor, P-O-O-R. He's a patriot soldier. Even they say between 5,000 5 to 20,000 slaves fought on the patriot side. That is on the American side during the American Revolution. But hardly you hear their name. Between 5 to 8,000 Africans or people of African descent participated in the revolution on the patriot side. And more than 20,000 served on the British side. They used them. Many of them fought with extraordinary bravery and skill. Their exploits lost to our collective memory. Do you know why it is lost? Because they were fighting, they were seen to be fighting for strangers, other people's war. Do you understand? These people, you hardly hear their name. When it comes to American Revolution, they call the names of the concussions. But many, you don't hear about Salem Paul. Do you? You don't hear about them. So, and many more. So, why I'm saying this for you to understand. Our leader na atoya n'ilu every time. No, ihe ọ nature mere nwa iko gị nwanyị. Ihe ọ ga na-akpọ gị ọ ga na-akpọ gị papa. He'll be calling you uncle highest. If you want to buy him anything, uncle. That is the reason why we need to cherish our own. It doesn't matter that a prophet is never recognized in his homeland. But it doesn't debar you. It will never debar you from fighting for your people. Because that is where you are always recognized. When you fight for strangers, when you do anything for strangers, there will be, something attached to it. Because as a mercenary. Do you understand? So when you hear all these people in American Revolution, Thomas Jefferson, rightly so anyway, many black slaves who saved their lives and fought gallantly, but hardly you hear their name because they were seen as strangers. These people, they were never fully recognized or given their due honor because as of that time, they were literally seen as fighting foreigners or foreigners' war. You understand? Some see them as mercenaries because they were promised of buying their freedom from slavery through this fight. There is something I saw on the social media. I saw, they say whether in Kanu or Kaduna, I don't know. They say in a shop, I saw the picture. Almajiri is lining up. They say, the person explained, he said, you see, it's an Igbo man, they are lining up, they line up for one. He called Almajiri about, I don't know how many, whether 20 or I don't know, to come and line up. So that he will pay their clothes, he will sew them clothes in a tailor shop to take their measurement for this their festival. Is it a Salah? Yes, Salah festival that is coming. It's an Igbo, he will pay everything. He will tell them after measuring, he tell them to come so day in few days to come and collect their shirts. But though it's good. Because philanthropy doesn't have color, it doesn't have no border. Yes. But no matter what you do to them, they will still call it. Once they collect it, they will see you as a Nyamene. It doesn't remove them from calling you Nyamene. Who do that? That Nyamene say, God punish him, he must do it now. That is the way they say it. Because they feel that you are buying their favor. So they will insult you. God will punish. Don't worry. Oh, you do our shit, no problem. Go, we punish. Now this goddamn infidel. But we have to take it. Maybe they will go and wash it that has come from infidel. So the sin that it is from an infidel. So that they will wash it clean with water. Remove your sin. I can jog it. Do you see? If you do it to your people or for your people, it is more valued. It doesn't matter. You understand? Although philanthropy, it doesn't have border. It doesn't have border. Do not misunderstand me. But I'm just trying to make a point. Even blacks that have gallantly fought alongside the European Allied forces during the First and Second World Wars were never fully recognized. This is because it was not their fight or war. It is for foreigners. You know, there is one documentary I was watching about the Second World War. They say what the Germans used to do. If they are mopping up some allied soldiers, maybe they capture. Because one thing that baffles me, you never hear about black prisoners of World War II. No. Because the Germans, they just simply kill them. They say these are savages. They are not humans. Do you remember the person, the black American that won, is it 100 meters during Hitler time? Is it 1936 or 37 World Olympic? Hitler have to rise up from the field and go out with annoyance. How can a savage win this race? I've forgotten the name of that man. Do you understand? So, during the Second World War, they don't even want to spare, any black person being captured by the Germans. They don't even want to use because they see you. They are, if you have black hair, for example, they see you as not the purest. That is why they kill the Jews and others, the gypsies also, other people, because they want to establish a pure Aryan race. Do you understand? Talk less of when they see a black person, they say, "Oh, devil is here, kill him." So, and the worst part of it is that the horrible crime they committed is this: if they see a black soldier being killed, do you know what? They will remove anything concerning his identity and burn it, so that person will remain, unrecognizable. They will search the pocket of the dead soldier and remove anything concerning his identity, anything that portrays his name or anything that he could be identified with, and they will remove all those things, go and burn all those things before saying, so that the person remains nothing. Without identity, you are nothing. This is what they did to black people, to Africans. But hardly you hear all these things. It doesn't make wave because we have no voice in this world. Do you know why we don't have a voice? Because we are not updated. How can you use somebody's property to be dealing with him? It's impossible. It's impossible. That's why even many international African television channels are based in Europe. It baffles me. Most of them are based in Europe. They will tell you, if you don't come here, then stay there. The satellite, they will say they will off the coverage for you. Who is offing it? The people that made it. That is why, in order for us to be updated in this planet Earth, not to be saying, it is the world order, new world order, it is the Illuminati. What a mess. Why not we become that Illuminati? Why? In order for us to be in the world mainstream, we need to be updated. In order for us to be updated, we need to be productive. That is the thing. If we have our own satellite, we don't give a damn. If Britain talk, we say, go to hell with you. I beg, come out. Oh no, we will be controlling our satellite in the space. And we'll be doing our own thing. Because we are capable. We earn respect. Not through crying. As I'm broadcasting, it is still their internet. It is still their satellite. Everything is still there. So they'll give you condition. That is why when you're on Facebook shouting, these people, Mark Zuckerberg, he set a standard. He said you must, if you don't go to this standard, it's them to set it for you because they own it. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. They own it. What I'm doing is to prod your conscience into not always trying to cry, shout. Work in order to be equal to these people. How do you do that? By being productive. Do you understand? Productivity, everything is interconnected. When it comes to you say, you take 1,000 to vote for somebody, and you forget about what after 4 years what it will be. Oh, you are voting because it's my brother. How can you be productive with all this type of brain Everything he goes back to the way we reason, the way we think. That is the first thing. Because the Europeans, they first of all overcame. They first of all became civilized the way they think. They started thinking in another way. They started thinking collectively. They started thinking, seeing their future. That is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu represents. Do you understand? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is suffering. Imagine Nnamdi Kanu's traverse and ordeals. We found a hero who is genuinely fighting for the interests of his own people. He is not in jail for any sin or crime of his, rather for our collective emancipation. That is what a man is. Do you understand? Can you do that? Can you do that? There is a news also I want to give as example. He said, what date is that? June 26th, yesterday. Brutai promised Igbo billions of naira in Benin prison to renounce Yoruba nation agitation. He rejected the bribe by Akintoye. Do you see? Now, if Sunday Igboho could reject billions from Brutai only, Brutai, so that he will stop agitating for Yoruba nation. Do you know how much our leader have rejected? If Brutai unsuccessfully tried to bribe Sunday Igboho into abandoning Oduduwa restoration, do you know how many times and how long have they tried to bribe Mazi Nnamdi Kanu into abandoning Biafra restoration? Do you know? And if a Brutai can bribe somebody billions to stop, don't you know that there is something there? What is his interest? His interest is in your interest. Does he want you to see the light of the day? Bribing someone, say stop what you are doing, stop, don't agitate. Be in one Nigeria, let us instead be chopping like us. Take this 100 billion naira and stop. Sandy Igboho said no. Our leader has been bribed, have been offered the bribe several times. Have you forgotten when he had the meeting? Direct meeting with the governors in 2017. And they came with a Ghana must go bag filled with dollar, euro, any type of currency, naira. Just leave this thing. Come on, getting a come on, can I be the serve? You know, that is the devilish mantra of Igbo politicians. You want to die for these people? Nah. Make you be like us now. Let us be on the same table. Our leader said, no, I am not the type of person you have seen before. This is I'm a new breed. Do you know why we always held our head high and talk? Because there is no corruption in us. Under the Nigerian setting, they look for us, they didn't see nothing. Our leader, they check everything, nothing, they no stand. Do you think that if our leader had been made in Nigeria, they would have a Konukoya in one way or the other? You understand? But they saw, and our leader is whiter than white and whiter than snow. Now they use money power. Don't worry, name any place in the world you want mansions, we buy it for you. You know, like Mazi Chinedu said, Nigeria giving you $10 million one time is chicken change for them. For you to stop what you are doing, is bribing you is nothing. Do you remember when they bought our wholesale? When Buhari entered the first time, 2015. Our satellite link, the company that is carrying us on air, they didn't try to bribe the company, say leave remove Radio Biafra. No. A company that maybe does not worth $3 million, they go and give them 20-something million dollars. Say we want to buy this company. If, for example, you have a company, your personal company, let me bring it the way you understand it. And that your personal company is worth maybe 1 million naira, for example. Yeah, and you have maybe 5 employees. And the thing is, what everything there is 1 million naira at the maximum. Now somebody come from nowhere say, I am offering you 100 million naira. Sell to me this company. 100 million naira. On a company that doesn't worth 2 million naira. What are you going to do? You will say, oh God, now I beg, take everything. Even you want me to remove my shoe? Even my shirt and pants, take everything. That is what Nigeria government did to set link. A company that is an Israeli company, but in America, handling our satellite, Radio Biafra London. Nigeria went there, bought the company wholesale, so that no person will. Do you see the level they have been going in order to knock us off? Because they know that we are the IPOB is the stumbling block of the colonization of Nigeria. Whether you believe it or not, that is the reality. Because they know that every other people in Nigeria are stupid. They are 15 minutes people. That just give them money, 10,000. Oh, forget. They will tell you they are ready to vote for. They are ready to accord their vote or anything to a demon. That is the way they are. But they saw in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu a new breed of people. Do you understand? That is a legacy. That you can be whiter than white and whiter than snow. That you can be unbribable. That one can be unbuyable. Do you understand what I'm saying? That you can be hungry, but you refuse food. Do you know the reason? Out of dignity. Instead, you say, let me die of hunger, no problem. I don't need your food. That is the type of breed that we are in IPOB. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu taught us this. It's a legacy. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. That is why when I see people going for, this person chop money, China Samori eat 50 billion. Wow. They are fighting for account. I look at them low life than even Nigerians themselves. All that matters to them is money. Where money goes. Oh, finance. They have no clean heart. These are more dangerous, more deadly, more low life than even average Nigerian. I'm telling you. I used to say it. Once judge yourself, you're a genuine IPOB member. Kete like this, get call waginaka. Bo wagi sent Chinedu. Bo wagi sent Meka Kebo. You are sent Tarinemi. That is who you are. As long as you are genuine in this struggle. Because you are doing something that other people cannot do. They look at it as foolishness. Now, how much are they paying you? Because that is what matters to other people. Now, this thing you are doing, self, you are hustling every time. You are going to go on radio. How much are they paying you, self? How much are you people the people eating money in IPOB? I know, because everything they equate it with money. Everything in their life is about money. How much you can get. No legacy. These people, they don't understand what is legacy. These are the lower cadre. The lower humans. Do you understand me? Today, they are hearing about James Madison. They are hearing about people that fought for American Revolution, American independence. George Washington. It is not money. Do you understand? When you read the story of how that fight, that time it was horse and blunderbuss, these muskets, all those and that, horse. They are suffering. They were suffering it, doing it. It was Britain. They could have taken bribe and be eating and dining with Britain. After all, there is, I think, John Jay is the, if I'm right, the name of that billionaire that abandoned all his money, all his investments that time, companies, factories, and followed in the fight, revolution. Because these are saints. These are, they are the how do I call them? The people that understand tomorrow. Even if they suffer today, that is not the problem. These are the real people I call the Illuminati. The people that their brains are illuminated. You know, when we say some certain things in English, or they can hear, hey, something very heavy and something. No, these are the real Illuminati. People that saw tomorrow so that they will shape it. Our leader, he has illuminated brain. That is why he refused to take a bribe in order to sell his people. Look at Owazirike. All he can show off is what he gained from freedom, so-called freedom fighting. What of Asari Dokuba? These are low-life people. What matters to them is what they can. And that is why anytime you see their statement is they show you what they gain. They are always bringing up shoulder. You ask them, oh, so this is what you have been fighting for. To get limousine. To get the 2023 G-Wagon. So that is why you sacrifice the lives of people. Is that the reason? That is why you sacrifice the life of people being thrown in a zoo river. Is that the reason? And they don't want you to go there. Because if they have conscience, their conscience will be judging them. These are people, they will not die happy people. They know that they fell behind. They fell short of laying legacy. You understand? Instead, they continue pursuing money. Our leader is not like that. You know, Obasanjo, he thought that he said he's the first person I think that said that these are miscreants broadcasting on radio. Forget they are miscreants. Oh, another Igbo man, he want settlement. I beg, give him 1 million naira, let him stop. But when they saw that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is unbribable, he is unbuyable. He is not fighting for what he can get monetarily. He is fighting for the emancipation of his people. They became jittery. They became afraid. That is a legacy. Do you understand? It's not easy to lay down a legacy that people will be studying in the school in generations coming. Do you understand? Which was this so-called billionaire, once they die, finish. Their children and girlfriends and children they born everywhere, all will be gathering in order to take a swipe, kill themselves on their properties. That is the funny part of it. Somebody from New Zealand will say, Ato is pregnant. I'm a son of Ato. So he fly to Nigeria. Once the dad is dead, the father is dead, he finished. They will come to take swipe, to take a property. That is all that matters. And the man is gone. No legacy. But legacy lasts forever. You understand? That is what you should understand. In that man called Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, what he stands for. He is an institution. Do you understand? He is not there in DSA dungeon suffering because he committed any crime. No. He is not there because he is a son of his father. He is not there because he is called Kanu. He is a family of Kanu. That is what people should understand. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not in DSA dungeon because he is the elder son of Chief Israel Kanu. Is Israel Kanu. No. He is there because he is the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. That is what people should understand. You know, here we dispense it as it is. It doesn't matter how you feel. He is a leader of a people. Not because he is from Afari Beku. No. That doesn't mean anything to the enemy. It doesn't mean anything to the caliphate. Oh, he is a family of a Kanu family. No. That is not why he's there. He is there for the emancipation of his people, the indigenous people of Biafra. That is why he is suffering. And he refused anything bribe. He refused to sell the collective interests of our people, as others are doing, as many others have done. Do you know, when we talk about selling the collective interests of our people, you think that it's only politicians, look, if you collect money, if politicians give you money, you say, nah, or even throw Indomie. You know, that one, you are more miserable even. You have sold the collective interests of people by collecting that indomie, by collecting that 1,000 naira, by collecting that cup of rice or sugar or anything, in order to vote, or in order to point at IPOB, give us information, we'll be paying you 10,000. You are more miserable than even all these governors you are saying. You understand? That is why when people shout, "Oh, this our governor, they are not," "Oh, this our governor, they are evil, they are wicked," I say, hey, these people, they didn't fall down from heaven. They didn't fall down from another planet. They are the mirror of the people, the population. You that is collecting 1,000 naira to report your fellow brother to a foreigner for him to be killed. Oh, it's an IPOB. You are more miserable than the governor. You committed the sin more than the governor that is looting billions of our collective interest. Don't you know that? Don't you know that? It will surprise you that even on the judgment day, you'll be sent to the hottest part of hell if there is any. And you say, what? They say that, do you see that kilo of rice you collected? That kilo, that one indomie they give you, you collected. It have sent you into a quagmire in hellfire, if there is. Do you understand me? So, if you want to go to church from childhood till 200 years, it doesn't mean anything. Read the Bible till it doesn't mean anything. You are miserably a failure. You are a traitor and nothing more. I'm talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's legacy, his continuous fight. He's still fighting. Are you still fighting? Or are you listening to infiltrators? Or are you being paid by government agents in order to spoil what we are doing? You are most miserable. Do you understand? It is a high time we recognize and support the sacrifice of our own by wholeheartedly joining hands together in order to support our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in this time of trial. Do not allow electioneering, oh Peter Obi, oh Atiku, oh Tinubu, to take you off, knock you off course. Do you understand me? Do not allow electioneering, intoxication, and fever to hijack your brain. You understand? It is high time we recognize and support the sacrifice of our own by wholeheartedly joining hands together in order to support our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in this time of trial. Let me say this. In 2007, the then president of France, President Sarkozy of France, made some controversial statements about Africa while in Senegal. He said it in Senegal. He said, "The tragedy of Africa is that the African person has not fully entered into history. They have never really launched themselves into the future. The African peasants only knew the eternal renewal of time, marked by the endless repetition of the same gesture and the same words. In this realm of fancy, there is neither room for human endeavor nor the idea of progress." And that is the reality. You know, while enlightenment can make people be progressive. But in many cases, only that we are Biafrans, we are progressive set of people. You know, what he means is this. This statement by Sarkozy. Many people, so-called intellectuals, they attack him. You know, that is where they always rise up in order to be seen as defending African. But they don't take time to go and think over it. Because the only thing you can do in this case is not to shout, "Oh, he's a racist." No, I don't believe that. You swallow the insult and walk your way to change what he said. Go to Africa, for example. You go to many African villages today. The same way it was since 1,000 years back, it is still the same way today. You understand? The same thing, the same way, you carry a gushi, for example, carry akbo, a soya nikwe. Since our great grandfathers and mothers, we are doing it, no changing. No person will think progressively in order to find a solution of this suffering. Oh, why we go and take cassava, ferment it, okay, bring it, boil it, and still be spending our energy pounding it. I'm just giving you example. Why not make machine that will help the village? You know, you make the machine. No, that machine now will be you just press button. It will be, you know, pounding by itself. You put it somewhere. That work you should do in 3 hours. The machine will do 10 times of it under 5 minutes. That is what is being lacked in Africa. You know, Africans are educated only to speak grammar. Who speaks grammar more? That is why I hate when people say, "Oh, this person is an illiterate." I start wondering, what do you mean by illiterate? Oh, he cannot speak English. Is that what you mean? You don't see, even if he's speaking anyhow, cut and join English. What matters is the message he's portraying or trying to portray. Do you understand? I saw one write-up on the social media. He said, I just browsed, I saw it before. He said, how can somebody go to school, university, after graduating, he come back only to go and start learning trade from somebody that didn't go to primary school? And I laugh. Because our people think that the education is when you go to university only. Oh, I'm highly educated. That is rubbish. What impacts to your education? What does it impact to the community? What does it impact? Do you understand me? I was watching a documentary the other day. One man, I think he's an Australian. Is it? Either an Australian, I couldn't understand. He goes around, even in their locality, he is a snake expert. Every snake you see, he know how to handle it. He will tell you this is the most dangerous. He goes on walking in the bush always. He is a scientist, a researcher. Our people think that education is go to when you come, you start speaking Queen's English. That is rubbish. It's a language. You know, all this is what, if Biafra comes, we have to reset our brains. When you see somebody calling, Randon, Rarins, you start laughing. You don't think about what he is capable of doing. That is ignorance on our part. I'm telling you. Oh, Mazi Jonathan, he speaks nice English. That is rubbish. Even if I speak cut and join, what matters is what the person is bringing out, what he can do. That is what matters. Education, normally you come out, you impact how you impact it in your locality. That is real education. You understand me? In our villages, we see nothing, the same thing. The same thing. But we have graduates being churned out every blessed year. Nothing. You don't see people going about even studying our flora and fauna, studying our own environment from your village direct. Not trying to go and look for white collar job on a shaman town. All this and that. No. Trying to make impact. In Biafra, we need to directly change our education, the way our perception of education. We need to change it. I'm telling you honestly, because it is very, very sad. It is very, very sad. We need to take our space in history. It will start by us Biafrans. That is the way Chukwu Okike, the creator, nature, has put it for black race. Because black race died with Biafra. That's the reality. Go on, destroy the invention of black race by destroying the inventions of Biafra. I think one colonel, is it Ogbemudia, a Benin man, he said it also. He expressed shock. He fought on the Nigerian side, yes. But he said after 1970, he enthusiastically made contacts for Biafrans that their brains are hot in research and development. In order to bring it, in order to join it to Nigerian army and Nigerian system, so that they will continue what they are doing. People that we are refining fuel anyhow, anywhere, they refine fuel. Do you know why America and Russia is greater today? Do you know why they are greater today? When Germany fell, because Russia was, the Soviet Union was the first country to enter Berlin in 1945. It's not the Allied forces. It's not America. No, it is Russia. Russia entered Berlin first. So when they entered, they started scavenging for brands, German brands. Those that we are manufacturing all those weapons that we are hitting them, they started scavenging, collecting. America come now. They started carrying them. Are you Mr. Ottoman? Okay, come, go. They started not to kill them, no, but to make sure that they take them back, put them in the most comfortable system with their families, so that they will start continue churning out what they were doing. But black people go on with black heart. I say go on. He will suffer here. He is suffering. They are killing his people in Jos, in Plateau. He can't do nothing. He will suffer here. He will die a sad person and continue suffering. Even if he reincarnate, he will continue. Maybe we reincarnate as a snake, and a child will cut off the neck, and he will reincarnate again. He will continue. If it's reincarnation, if it is going to heaven, or he will go and be suffering. He will be in a mist, in a quagmire, in a shit hole after death. Because what he did to Africa is unbelievable. He destroyed black African civilization because of the hatred. That is why he is in his village being taken over by the bandits, Fulani bandits. He cannot talk. Something he initiated because of his hatred of Biafrans. After the war, had it been go on, you remove the hatred and take the brain. Say, come. He put the Biafran research and developers inside the Nigerian military. Today, Nigeria will not be scavenging for war equipment abroad. Instead, people from every country will be coming to Nigeria to buy weapons and other things. Because it's from military development, you see it will spill into civilians. Most of the things are developed for military use. Even this internet, they were using it before. It's exclusively from the military. But when they develop something higher, they now push this one back to the public. That is how things are. Do you understand? My goodness me. The way people are, Nigeria are suffering because of the sins they committed. I'm telling you, these people, they will suffer more. Let us not only criticize, shout, or see this Sarkozy's statement as a racist statement. Rather, let us take it as a challenge that should spur us into more action to raise Biafra to the forefront, thereby championing the true emancipation of Africa into the world stage of historical advancement. Let us, therefore, prove President Sarkozy wrong by entering into history through selflessly supporting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and fighting for the emancipation of our unborn generations. Let us prove him wrong by launching ourselves into the future by being selfless in this fight. Let us prove him wrong by stopping the repetition of the same gestures of deception of electioneering instead of referendum. Let us prove him wrong by engaging in our endeavor with the idea of progress by genuinely supporting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and fighting for Biafra, where we shall retake charge over our destiny. Because in Nigeria, we are never in charge of our own destiny. Nigeria was created to limit us as a people. Let us see the travails of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as our own travail. Let us cherish our own. This is where I'm going to stop. I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the lines so that people will start calling. Please don't go away.
Presidency is like the second Niger bridge. Igbo presidency is like the second Niger bridge. It's never completed. Or maybe like Ogoni cleanup. They flag it off the first time, second time, third time. Instead, they'll go there to destroy people's houses. How about the 30,000 minimum wage? These are promises made. Or we will return you back to 86 naira per liter petrol pump price. What happened? None of these things will ever happen. What is a dream? Is what you tell a woman around 8-9:30 in the evening. By 5, you change. 5-6 in the morning, you start saying something completely different. That's how it is. It's to seduce you. So you stop supporting IPOB, you stop supporting Biafra, you start thinking about the contracts you will get when an Igbo man from your village or from your town is there. Because they know that you will always reason like a very foolish African man or woman, as the case may be. These are preview schemes. Second Niger bridge, we're going to clean up. Igbo presidency, minimum wage, Enugu expressway. We will do this, we will do that. Airport in what's the place? I said we build an airport in Agulade. Airport in Lebanon. With Chinese investors, they will build a new city in Agulade. Whereas the one in Asaba cannot, Boeing 747 cannot land there. They say it's too small. There's no drainage. Enugu is not working. Owo is not working. But they plan to. Have you forgotten that Stella Odua promised us that she will build what's it called, an aircraft maintenance hangar somewhere in Obar? And I asked her, without an airport, so that does it mean when the aircraft lands in Asaba, then we'll go and tow it, we'll push it to across the river to come and so you can service it in Obar? These are useless schemes. It's something as saying that the youths of today are the leaders of tomorrow. You know, it will never happen. Not in the zoo. These are inconsequential schemes, trivial, cooked up and designed to keep you gullible people in the zoo engaged and busy with your self-delusions. You're just insane. Insane. They're saying all these things so that when Chinedu comes, Chinedu will say, who has made the biggest noise in Igbo land? They will find them, they will give them maybe 200,000 naira. And you won't hear from them again. They are no longer articulated. It's now about Igbo presidents. They have no honor nor dignity. No honor and no dignity. The one they went for before has failed. Completely and totally. See how foolish they are? You don't have the 14 and Igbo they allow you to bring your so-called Igbo president. After 2 years, they will take permission from Britain and do a coup. Is the man in Egypt not a former military man? Is the man now leading Egypt not a former military man? You claim you're an Igbo man, they will kill you and they will kill your family and the military will take over. Britain will say, go ahead, we'll support you. What will you do? You say rest in peace and we leave it for God. People, you cannot reason beyond your nose. Because of the 2x2 you have in Lagos or in Abuja. That's all. You want to mortgage the future of an entire nation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Today is the 27th day of June 2022, being Monday. Do not forget, tomorrow our leader will be going to court, so Biafra land should be under lock and keys. Do you understand? In order to respect our leader. We have a report also that the Nigerian military are killing people indiscriminately in communities. They call, I think, Konko and Oyadama community in Iyako LGA, Cross River. The Nigerian military are killing our people there. But we must continue. We must continue. Our lines are now open, please. Our lines are now open. Let me read the lines as usual first before I start picking. I have people already that have been calling. I don't know. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. +61 405 142 547. These are our lines. You can call us now and give us your view, but remember that we talk about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's legacy, his fight, which is our fight. Let me pick this caller on direct line. Call us on WhatsApp and Signal. Please hold on, I'll come to you. Caller on direct line, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes.
There, what?
We are hearing this as it is coming from you. Mazi, this is not the first time you are doing this wonderful work. But I'm only here to encourage you. My name is Mazi, and I'm commenting from Aba right now. And I must give Chukwu Kabi all the glory and the honor for giving us people like you to preside over this our information desk now. And I'm sending all my greetings to our brothers, people like Okechukwu Ezikoha, and so on and so forth, and all our radio hosters. Now, Uge Beligo Nambabu, Oye Boso, may Chukwu Kada punish that person, because if you refuse to defend our father's land, nobody is going to defend it for us. And this is time Biafrans all over the world are going to. Everybody knows no more sleeping. I believe now that everybody has waken up. Now, whatever you can do, this is the time to do it, to free our land, to retrieve and save our land. Why you delay? Come and save your nation, Biafrans. Why you delay? Why are you delaying? Come, this is the time you must wake up. We used to sing when we used to go for protest in Biafra land here. Why you delay? Come and save your nation. Why you delay? Come and save your nation. Why you delay? Come and save your nation. Oh, Biafrans, come. Why you delay? This is the time for you to wake up. Come on. Oh, how I wish that many of us will be shown what is about to happen. Because if you stay away from this fight now, our enemies will take our land, and there's nothing we can do. But if we get up now to defend our Biafra land, our enemies will run away from us, because this land must be defended by us. Now, whatever that is stopping you before, because mainly they are going from house to house now. Especially these people they kill now is those that believe so much in Nigeria. Because as long as you believe much in Nigeria, they will kill you. If they did not kill you, then you are going to vote for them. They are going to kill you the day you are going to pick up a PVC. That is not a thing they used to do. Many of them are killing our people now, taking their organs to prepare town, which they are using to win election. Stay away from politicians. Stay away from politicians and fight for your faith. Better for you. But if you continue to follow them, then we'll chop you one day. My hand, no day. They are France. Be wise, because they are very, very close to use us as usual. Let no one be used by a P2B or whatever. Our freedom is better than Nigeria president. Our freedom is better than Nigeria president. So P is going there to do boy for Fulanis. He's not going to solve any of our problem. He's going there to gather more money for himself, for his family. He's not there for our problem. So it is better we stand for our freedom. Thank you very well. Thank you, Mazi. May Kanu bless you.
And you too.
Thank you.
That is the reality. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program, Mazi. Can you hear me? Caller on signal.
Yes, Mazi. I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Go on, please.
Watching Mazi Jonathan. It has been a while. Mazi Chukwukabiama has done a great thing also in my family by giving us a bouncing baby girl. I say, may his name alone be glorified.
Mazi, will it no look or Egasazirano, Iko Wuzri?
Mazi, are you hearing me now?
Yes, the whole world is hearing you. Go on.
Okay, I said I thank Chukwukabiama. It has been a while and has been busy, but it's a good news that Chukwukabiama has done it for us once again in my family by giving us a bouncy baby girl. I say, may his name be glorified. And my brother, thank you for your good work, for all that you've been doing for us. Our prayer remains always that the people will keep on giving you the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, that anytime you mount in this podium, you continue to speak the way our ancestors did, in truthful and in honesty. And I want to say also, as our leader Nnamdi Kanu is coming to court tomorrow, whatsoever the conspiracy of the enemy, anywhere they gathered, any of their discussions tonight, we thwart it and we turn it against them. Any man or woman planning evil against Nnamdi Kanu, for him not to be released, Chukwukabiama destroy that person and his family. Even those that are coming tomorrow to stand for the city of Nigeria, let their tongue cease on their mouth. May all of them become dumb. Because this man who have suffered for Biafra, this man who have rejected to take everything that have been promising to him and said the freedom of my people is more better for me than to collect whatever they want to give me. I need the freedom of my people. This is the only crime Nnamdi Kanu committed. And this is why all of us have sworn an oath that we must defend this man with our blood. And anything we can do to make sure we protect this man, even if it will take our lives, we are ready to lay our lives down to make sure that Nnamdi Kanu we come out from this dungeon unconditionally. It doesn't matter what this impostor in Africa North is shouting. It doesn't matter whatever he's saying. The whole world knows that Nnamdi Kanu never jumped bells. The whole world knew that Nigerian soldiers in 2017 came to his house, shoot everything in that compound, kill over 28 people, even kill a dog called Jack. Kill a dog. The death of the parents of Nnamdi Kanu was what happened. The type of gunshot they shot in that house that day, which would make that man and woman give up their lives, they died. And they are saying such a man jumps bail. Are they hallucinating? Mazi, the whole world knows the truth. It doesn't matter the lie. Nnamdi Kanu is an honest man. They have nothing against him. They must release Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally. And I want to let these people that are talking about going to PVC. If our people get this, the only thing they would have done is to rally run to make sure they be with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, rally around him to show the whole world that this is our own. This is the only thing that can make even any man to talk in that country called Nigeria that people will listen. Without Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they are going to. This is the only man that Fulani is afraid of. This is the only man today on that when you come out and say our people should Biafra to do this, everybody will listen and do whatever he asks us to do. And people are saying this man is writing all about saying he's going to win an election in this type of country. I pity those that are going to collect that PVC, my brother. I'm telling you this. Why they are holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? They want to use Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to keep on this idiot. This Fulani they are saying in Biafra land, killing people every day. Those of you that are going to vote out there, this is why they said that Mazi. You remember that they are in their Senate when they were debating about internet voting, they refused. They canceled it that there's nothing like internet voting in that group. They want you to come out to PVC that day. They will shoot you and say it's unknown government. And then the better you know how Nigeria functions. You have tried in 2015, it doesn't work. You tried in 2019, it doesn't work. You are still talking about PVC. When the time will come, they will kill you and you will die. Obi will not help you. Atiku will not help you. Tinubu that is shaking, the old man that wants to die tomorrow will not help you. We will come here in Biafra. We will come here to analyze how you die. You will die because of this idiot that want to tell your people once again. If you die, you die for nothing. Dying for Nigeria is like I don't know how to compare it. You die for something that never did in future. All of you writing today, most of you are graduates, driving Okada, doing all sorts of rubbish work in that. Something is supposed to, when they come out to begin to earn your salary. Mazi, do you know yesterday that was Sunday? I met some Reverend Father. It was yesterday I knew that most of all the Reverend Father in our land, they are now living here in Europe. I am telling you all of this people. Over 50 of them. Here in Austria. And they were talking about Obi. I asked them this, the same thing you said today. I asked them, please, the Bundeskanzler of Austria, is it from Iboland? Why are you here and you're working in their church and they are paying you salary? Give you 1 or 2 churches in the villages that are controlling it, and now you feel that everything is fine. Why is it that the white people are not coming also in Biafra life to come and do this type of job they are doing here? Because their people don't even want to become Reverend Father because they taught this to the right from the beginning to know their left and right. That to be a Reverend Father is a choice, something you can choose if you want or if you don't want. It's not a must. It's not something that you will do that you win a trophy. It's unbelievable that our people can still be fighting or be now. We are not asking them not to vote. This is why IPOB will remove ourselves anything concerning election in Nigeria. So that when it will happen to them, this time we will tell them the father of some Ndara PVC. My people everywhere. My name is Mazi. I'm calling from Austria. And by the special grace of God, I'm the IPOB Austria. Thank you, my brother, for giving this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Caller on WhatsApp, please continue holding on. Let me see. Let me take this call on direct line. Caller on direct line, can you hear me?
Yeah.
There, Mazi, go on.
Mazi, yeah, my name is Chika from Obingaba, but I call from Cotonou, the Republic, Mazi. I greet you all of you, media presenters. And I'm a land, Mazi, as an American keep all of you alive. You shall be alive. You shall see Biafra, Mazi. It's not easy for the work you are doing for motherland. Mazi, you see, that's zoo, Mazi. This thing that is happening now, Fulani tried this in Central African Republic. You know, Mazi, if you talk about the Black Africans, the zoo is the worst. That hellfire for Nigeria is the worst. Fulani fight this fight in Central African Republic, but they did not achieve their end. The leaders of the Central African Republic dragged them. The system militias raised up and picked up arms and fight Fulani. All of them, they ran away from Central African Republic. Today, they have seen a safe land, which is in Nigeria, that is their own great grandfather own estate. I will not blame them, Mazi. I will never blame them. Because today, in that zoo, Fulani they flash shadow, green or green, for the so-called people who call themselves in Nigeria. And then they fight the fight to grab the land to conquer everybody in the name of a Sharia and the agenda. Now, maybe the Christians, they run, they plan, they think they go change their system with the PDC. The only thing is to do for that is maybe to stand, because they think the key, and the Christian and the key. So Fulani is the fight to conquer the land. It's a way the Christians to stand now and say, no, we shall no more part of this country, because if you want to be part of this country, you must come and decide how we are going to stay. Then they go and fight for referendum. And decide whether they go say or they go say, because the Jew now, Fulani is the key them. Go in their police, go in their terrorist name that is being established. They are working to achieve one good. They are fighting like a football team. The top 9 and defenders, everybody is starting to score, because what they are fighting is to carry the trophy. That's the final answer. You see, that's what the Fulanis are fighting. And they are going to achieve what they are fighting to do. But in that Biafra land, they will never take our land. Nigeria is their own, but the Biafra land does not belong to them. That is why you have come out. Ahmadike is the only man they see and run away, that I say no to them, that I feel that this way, Biafra land is this way for them. We fight to the last.